Hey everybody, we are live from Tech Alley. I'm just handing this young lady. What is your name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie. And are you with the group that is with the kids and all that?
Yeah, with iCode.
Here, have a seat and tell us all about what High Code is on our live stream, if you would.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
I'll get to the schedule later, but we've got Stephanie right now. Stephanie from High Code. Go ahead and let's get this mic close to you.
My apologies, I'm a little sick.
That's okay.
Still recovering. But hi, my name is Stephanie, and we are opening up our very first iCode here in the Las Vegas Valley.
Okay.
And so they are based out of Texas, and we just got started, and we'll be open mid to late April.
Okay, great. So tell us all about what it is and who it's for.
All right, so what we're currently offering for our upcoming summer is summer camps. And going forward, we have belt programs over 10. And so we accommodate kids from 5 to 17.
Okay.
And it is a 9-month program for each belt. And so by the time they're done with the belts, they will have gotten the equivalent of 2 or more years of what you would learn in college.
Okay. So
without all the extra classes.
what kinds of things will they be learning? They'll be learning coding, will they be learning Python, will they be learning other programming languages? What will they be learning?
Yeah, coding, Python, robotics, 3D printing, graphic design, as well as game development.
Okay, great. Those all sound like great things that kids want to do, and they sound like great things for our tech community here in Las Vegas. So you said your first program is going to start in April.
Yeah, we're going to have a series of week-long camps starting early May.
Okay, early May.
Yes.
So, and how can, if you're a kid watching, or you're a parent who wants to get your kid involved, or you're a teacher who wants to be able to tell their kids who are interested in this kind of thing how they can get involved, how can they reach out to you? How can they get signed up to start a camp in May?
They can go to our website, icodeschool.com, and then under locations, you'll click on Centennial Hills, and then I'll show you our entire list of camps that we're putting up right now.
Okay.
We already have multiple camps posted right now, and we'll be adding more over the next couple weeks.
Okay, and are people already signing up?
Yes, they're already signing up.
All right, so don't sit on this. You got to get signed up. You got to get your kids signed up. If you're a kid, you got to get signed up for this. It's ages 5 to 17, you said?
Yes, 5 to 17,
5
and we
to-
are offering early bird specials.
Offering early bird specials. How much off do they get for getting on the early bird special?
Right now, they're getting about $60 off.
Okay.
For early bird specials, and
All right.
there are sibling and group discounts as well.
All right, don't sit on this. Get your kids involved. If you are a kid, get involved. We need it. We need coders in the valley here. We need really strong tech people. I love the sound of this. Let us know how we can help.
Yeah,
As you I just gave you my info. So yeah, let us know how we can help. If you want us to come to an event and podcast, we can do that. Or if you want us to do something else, we can certainly come and be part of that and help get the kids trained up to be the not just the coders, but the tech founders of the future in Las Vegas.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we get our official opening date, we would like to invite anyone in the valley to come and support, and we support back.
We would love to do that. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
It was great to meet you, and we'll see you around Tech Alley this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. I usually do the greetings, but I didn't want to miss that opportunity to talk to Stephanie and tell you all about High Code. Did you hear what that was all about?
I did not.
My God. So High Code, it is exactly the kind of stuff we've been talking about that we need in the Valley here. It's a camp for the summer and like 9-month-long programs for kids ages 5 to 17
Oh, great.
to learn how to code in different languages, game design, software design, all the
Okay.
things we're talking about. We need more coders. We need more people who understand tech, who
Yeah.
can build tech, who want to build tech, who are building tech in the Valley
love
here in
that.
Las Vegas. So yeah, it's really exciting. So I'm hoping we'll have a part of their grand opening when that comes,
Yeah,
whether we
that's cool.
record some video or do some live podcasting. So everybody, if you're joining us, welcome to Tech Alley, February 2025 edition. We are broadcasting live from outside this time, Taverna Costera. I really like where we are today. What
I
do you
do
think?
too. Yeah. I mean, as long as the wind holds up and there's a cool little breeze going, but
Well,
my hair's not messed up.
look,
so
it's
I'm not worried about
February in Las Vegas. This is probably the last time we're going to get a cool little breeze on this patio until October or November.
Right.
So I am not complaining. So yes, fantastic. So we are here live from Tech Alley. We've already talked to our first guest. We've got a couple guests lined up. Hoping some folks show up here today. If you are in Las Vegas and you are interested in tech, if you are interested in coding, if you are interested in robotics, drones, crypto, entrepreneurship, come on down to Tech Alley, meet all the great folks down here. It's the best networking event in town. We want to see you here. We want to meet you. And if you come down, we want you on our live stream telling you all about the great things you have going on so we can share that with the world beyond the folks who are here today in downtown Las Vegas. As I said, centered around Taverna Costera. They're our great sponsor for Tech Alley. They sponsor
Shameless plug.
Yep. They sponsor all the coffee, all the water. Lunch is free. If you come down and you get signed into Tech Alley, lunch is free for everyone attending Tech Alley, and they always have an amazing lunch for us here.
They do.
So thanks to Taverna Costera, who always is such an amazing sponsor for this event. Month after month after month. They've been doing it here for almost 4 years.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's been brilliant.
So what are you excited about seeing today?
Ooh, today. You know, I'm
Do you want me
excited
to do the rundown first? I wanted to see if you were excited
Yeah.
about something before I did the rundown.
do the rundown.
All right, let's do the rundown.
I'm excited about coffee. Let me get it.
Dave is going to get some coffee. I am going to give you the rundown of our agenda today. So we are just about to start. We are about 10 minutes away from our first round of meetups. The first ones are going to be Who's Got My Money, normally with Kurt Walker, but today with Jorge Raziel. I got to interview him the other night at the Gathering of Angels event. Really great company, All In.
Nice.
So I'm hoping we get to talk to him about All In today. Innovation Essentials, hosted by UNLV, Karma Hunter, Suite 150. Will Wang is doing Agile NV, another perennial favorite here. Las Vegas AI meetup, another perennial favorite. And Caleb Green is an attorney. He's a startup attorney. And if you have questions about your startup, intellectual property, getting a business started, he's going to be sitting here in the courtyard. And you can come talk to him about the legalities of starting a business, ask your legal questions of a straight up, real, legit, no kidding attorney, not just asking me or Dave, where we're go, I don't know, this is what I think, which probably will not hold up in court. So
It'll hold up in fake court.
and yes, if you would like an argument to hold up in fake court, come talk to me and Dave. If you would like an argument to hold up in real court,
Yeah, we could
Talk to
We
Caleb.
could definitely hold that meeting in a social media court, right? Because that's a real thing.
it seems to be all that matters anymore.
Yeah, right.
So moving on.
yeah.
Political commentary aside, moving on. So lunch will start at 12:15. As I said, lunch is free for every attendee of Tech Alley. So come on down here and get your free lunch. Meet the folks down here, network, and attend some of the great talks with the great speakers we've got today at Tech Alley. Round 2 starts at 1:15. Josh Stacy hosts Demo Time. That's where people come in and show us all what they're working on. And the cool, like we've seen some really cool tech at Demo Time the last couple of years, some things that have turned into straight up legit profitable companies over the years. So if you're interested in seeing some of the cool tech people are working on in Las Vegas, come on down for Demo Time at 1:15. Also at 1:15, Victory hosts Las Vegas Drones. Drones are a big part of what's going on with tech here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, no.
He wants you to do it vertical.
Yeah. It's all good.
All right, whatever. It's all so yeah, drones are becoming huge technology here in Vegas, not just in the city, but for the mining, the pipelines, and all that
Right.
kind of stuff. So come on down if you're interested in drones. Filling in for Jackson, we have social marketing. Mahika, is that how you say that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so hopefully we can get her on here talking about what she's going to be doing today and talking about his social marketing. But if you're interested in marketing your company on social media, and not just social media, but including podcasting, video,
Right.
all that kind of stuff, that's what that's about. One of my favorite things that we do here for tech is we have Valerie does the user experience and product design seminar. And that's so important because if you have a great technology but you have a really poor user experience or product design, you're going to have a hard time. So, and then Las Vegas Python, Adam Englander is hosting that in the second round of talks. Third round of meetups, 2:45. Our good friends.
No, I was just looking.
Our good friends Elias Benjaloon and Lee Jackson are hosting Tech Alley Youth Hour. This is where they highlight young entrepreneurs, sometimes as young as 8 or 9 years old, who are building companies here in Las Vegas, and I love that. Sin City Programmers with Gabriel is also going. Our good friend Eric Lacasse is doing the Untold Truth About SEO. I'm not sure. Last month he did an audit of the Tech Alley website.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the results were on that.
Yeah. So
you see it?
I didn't see it. I did talk to Eric about it. I think they went ahead and made all those changes that need to be made. So if you're finding the Tech Alley website a lot easier, thank Eric for that audit. And then James Roop, who is one of our hosts for the big event here, is doing his Zero Trust Crypto talk in the Journey Gallery which you guys can't see, but is directly behind our camera. It's an NFT gallery right here in Las Vegas, Nevada, downtown Las Vegas. You can come down and see NFT art posted on all the walls on screens. So it's very cool. So come down and check out the Journey Gallery. They are also a great partner with us here at Tech Alley. So now what are you excited about?
Well, I'm excited about Valerie, who's doing one of the demos at 115. I met her and her husband at an event about 2 months ago, and I ran into them. I think it's kind of one of those things in Vegas, right? You see the same people, or you always run, and we talked about this earlier.
Adjacent
everyone
circles,
runs
right?
in adjacent circles. and now all of those are really starting to overlap. So I think it's been really powerful to see that. There's some really cool events that are coming up next week. I know we've got the Nevada Entrepreneurs event.
Yep.
I tried to get those guys to come down here and check out Tech Alley, and really just trying to cross the streams and let everybody really understand and have a full understanding of what all's going on everywhere.
Yeah, playing each other's songs, right? School of Rock. That's what bands do. We play each other's songs, and that's what makes a healthy tech community is we all show up to each other's stuff. We support it. You know, we may compete with each other when it comes to business, but we all support it. You know, we all show up to the events and support each other, get to know each other, and work to build the community. And there's so many great things going on to build the community right now. So from the things Startup NV is doing, the things that Startup Vegas is doing, the things that Tarby Bryant and Gathering of Angels are doing, so many good things going on in the community right now. And I'm here for all of it. I'm in for all of it, all the great things that are going on. So,
right, you guys, we got about 5 minutes until the discussion starts. So please start making your way towards your class. We have about 5 minutes until we begin. Okay, everybody? We start migrating to the awesome adventure that you would like to see. And enjoy your time. If you have any questions and you don't know where to go, please come on up. I'm happy to help you. Happy to guide you around.
So I don't know if you all heard
And
that.
don't forget to register. We got some pros over here. So let's register. Don't forget to scan that QR and get your lunch ticket. Great time to check out. We'll see you guys in a bit. Classes are starting in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard all that. I hope you did. The first round of talks is about to start in 5 minutes right here. If you are not down here already, that doesn't mean you shouldn't come down. Those talks are going to be going for about an hour and a half. You can walk in any time, jump in, learn what you'd like to learn from those talks, but get on down here if you're in Las Vegas, interested in tech, interested in the topics we talked about. Get on down. We are at the corner of Charleston and Main. We're centered around Taverna Costera and Art Square, and we just have lots of great stuff going on. If you are not in Las Vegas and you're coming to Las Vegas and you can make your trip over the third Saturday of the month, come on down. Come see Tech Alley. Tech Alley's doing some really great things, expanding out to other cities as well. We're doing it locally with Henderson, Nevada, but it's up in Reno and it's out in Denver. And so if you're looking to build a tech ecosystem, a tech community in your city, come check us out at Tech Alley here and see what we're doing here and see if this is a good fit for what you're trying to do in your town.
Yeah, I think this is the main stem, at least, as you know. Even this was something that I believe Josh had seen in another community and how it had been successful in other communities. And in my opinion, this is one of the better events that you can always set your clock to. I don't know that under any circumstances it has ever been anything other than the third Saturday of every month.
Always. And
third Saturday of every month.
You can hear the whole story of how Tech Alley got started on an episode of the Leaders Mindset podcast, hosted by me, where we interviewed Josh Levitt, the founder of Tech Alley. He tells the whole story. Short version is we get a lot of folks coming from Silicon Valley for various reasons for business to Vegas. And in our tech community, they check in with various people. And one of them was asking Josh, what's the one thing? Where's the one place, to go to meet the tech people? And we didn't have one. And so Josh started one.
Well, what's interesting and funny about that too is that I would say interesting and funny as in you'll find that on the Leaders Mindset podcast. You will not find it on the Pursue Vegas podcast because I've sent him the link 3 times and he has not come on the show.
He's not agreed to come on Pursue Vegas.
We'll have you come on the show and tell the story about tech.
Put a 1 in the comments if you'd like to see me come do a podcast with Dave where I tell other people's stories of who has been on my podcast. It's the appropriated story hour with Jason LeDuc and Dave Berlin. Oh my God. Yeah, let me tell you, I could tell you Air Force stories that are not mine.
Yeah, right.
I could tell you entrepreneurship stories that are not mine. I'll tell you any story that's not mine. I'll just take the paper out and read the paper to you guys. But Josh is great. If you go back and find, he's actually told the story on this live stream a couple of times. But bottom line, Josh should pursue Vegas.
Yeah. We'll pin him down.
Today's the day.
You
know what we need to do
What's up?
is we need to pin him down here in this chair.
Yeah.
With you sitting in this chair, and do a because
Kidnapping.
and now I'm getting into stuff that none of you care about. But we also record. This is going out live, but we're also recording it in 4K.
Yeah,
so we're
so you
recording
can
really
chop it
high
down.
quality, so we can do an interview with somebody. We can take these and put them up elsewhere. We can put this up as a Pursue Vegas. So maybe what we need to do sometime is get set up with our 3-camera setup.
It reminds me of
Because that's how we did Leader's Mindset. I pinned Josh down to
great.
do it at Tech Alley.
That's great. No, it's funny. Well, and that's the cool thing about not only Pursue Vegas and the Leaders Mind the Mindset podcast is you have the capacity to go broadcast mobile, right? That's what we're working on pitching that to one of the conferences that's coming up next month.
If you had told me back 10 years ago when I was in the Air
That's what
Force
you're going to be doing.
that I'd be an entrepreneur and I would have a mobile podcast set up and I would be somewhat well equipped to go all over town and do podcasts with people, I would have told you were crazy.
Right?
Hey, I love it. I'm and what's been so much fun is we started doing this kind of just to get a little more attention on Tech Alley and let's be honest, a little more attention on ourselves. Now people are like, we love what you're doing. Can you do this from our event?
Yeah. And I think, that's the best part is we absolutely can and we will.
So the lesson is that's not like we're bragging. The lesson is if you enjoy something and you do something and you put effort into it and you try to do it well, people will notice and they may ask you to do it for them. So there's surprising business opportunities everywhere, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. And I think this is one that's becoming a lot more popular. And I think that's what people don't realize is it's not just the 1 or 2 or 20 people that are watching right now. It's I was kidding.
No, it's it's funny because I was watching the number, like any live stream, the numbers are just kind of going up and down.
Oh, nice.
So we have a low number now. We had a higher number a few minutes ago,
it happens.
probably before I started talking about how great I am at podcasting.
Well, but that's the thing is you can trim it down into individual stuff too. We've got some people that are going to be making their way over at some point to talk about some stuff even outside of this network, which is great because we could chop that up and.
Well, and I've said it today, and I always say it on this stream. I say it wherever I go. Tech Alley is the best networking event in town. And if you want to come down and talk to us on this stream, and it's not about tech, come on down because we want to know you. We want to know what you're doing. We want to know what you're up to, because we want to play your song. We want to support your events. We want to be at your stuff. We want. What's the phrase you always use, Dave? About we want to show people what the city.
We want to connect the people of our city, so we can show the world who we really are, and we don't have to change the world. We just got to change the way the world looks at Las Vegas.
Yeah. So you come on down. You don't have to be a tech person. You don't. Come on down, talk to us. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for all these people to come on down and talk to us, weirdly, I think I've only talked to you besides this once in the last week.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
We do that. We do the book club group thing that we do on Thursday mornings. So that's always a good call just to keep fired up and rolling.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I personally am in that really heavy mode of the podcast production, studio. I'm learning how to edit, which is weird, but it's also I wanted to learn the basics of editing so I would not get screwed over if I tried to outsource somebody, but also just so if there's something easy that I need to get done quickly, I can do it. But that creates a whole different Dave that nobody wants to be around, because then I'm just in this I'll just sit there and stare at the computer for 2.5 hours, and like eating cookies. It's horrible.
Editing requires a lot of concentration, and it you know, I don't know if you've done this. I've done this recently, like in the last couple weeks, of made a mistake, didn't realize I made a mistake.
Oh, yeah.
Went and did a bunch of good stuff after,
Yeah.
and then had to undo all the. When I realized the mistake, had to undo all the way back,
Yeah, you know, I've now.
and then do all the good stuff again.
Let me. I'm just gonna go on a PSA right now.
PSA away.
Little PSA for the tech community. We're gonna talk UX, user experience. I just want to go ahead and say this. If you have any kind of a platform, software as a service, and in this software, there's a save button anywhere. There should be a save button everywhere, and vice versa. If there's no save button anywhere, there should not be a save button anywhere. There's some things where it's like on one menu, you gotta save in that thing, that activity that you do, you have to save. And then there's some stuff where it's like, it just saves automatically. So one would think, oh, it's saving automatically. And then you go 4 hours later and you lose everything.
And software developers, please don't think we don't want you to auto save. Please don't think we want you to auto save every 30 seconds. Because
Yeah.
as I said, I made a
Yeah.
mistake and had to go back like an hour later and undo everything. So,
Yeah, we also want to control Z our way back.
all right.
or Mac Z, whatever Mac
I don't
buttons
know.
they-
This is a Mac, and I don't even know what these
Maxi.
buttons are called. All right.
We have a guest.
We have a guest. Why don't I get out of this chair? You jump into this chair.
All right.
Because our good friend Casey Jade is going to join us, and she's going to tell you about all the great
Actually,
things
I
she has
already
going
grilled
on.
her for like 4 hours yesterday.
Yeah,
on,
so you're
on
you're
Q&A.
prepped.
Yeah, I am prepped.
You're
yeah.
prepped. So I'm going to get out of the way, get a little more coffee. I'm going to let you guys chat. I'm going to give Casey a hug. How you doing?
Hi! I didn't know you were gonna be here. That's surprising.
Yeah. Dave didn't tell you I was going to be here.
I said
about
I
the
just
hour.
said we.
He only promoted himself. I said. That's okay. I would have done the same.
I knew nothing. No, I know nothing. I'm
Hi.
fresh. Hi.
I'm Dave.
Hello, Casey.
Casey,
nice to meet you.
Casey with a K?
With a C.
Oh.
But you know what? In high school, I actually had a friend spell it Kaycee once, and I absolutely loved it.
You loved it?
Yeah,
Awesome.
I thought it was really fun.
So, welcome, Casey.
Hello.
Casey received a Hail Mary email, text message just minutes ago. And I told her we were doing this live podcast broadcast. And I just mentioned there's going to be people a little outside of the tech network coming. But today we're really just, we come here third Saturday of every month. Welcome to Tech Alley. Have you ever been?
I have not been to Tech Alley, but I have been to Taverna.
Taverna, what's your favorite coffee at Taverna Castera?
Oh, it's a hard choice. I like anything. I'm really easy. I like lattes with oat milk and a little bit of flavoring. So I always try all their different
We had a
stuff they
banana
have.
split latte
Oh,
yesterday.
So good.
Not here. Sorry, Taverna. But no, what was interesting is catching up with you. You've got a lot of cool stuff coming up. Tell us all things Casey, all things Dark Room, Social Register, all about you.
Well, the first thing that you and I are both doing
Yeah.
is going to be super fun, and that is Wednesday, the 26th of February. If
Not
any
March.
of you, no,
Just
not March.
For the clarity on that.
He thought it was March, not March. But 26th of February, if you guys know Social Register, which used to be a huge networking group in town that was really about connection and personal relationship building versus just pushing a business card towards each other. So they're actually having a revival at my space, The Dark Room, on the 26th of February, and it's free. So we just want to invite all business owners to come, connect, really get to know each other, and have a revival of what networking should be. And that's connections and building relationships in a very heart-centered kind of way.
Oh, speaking to my heartstrings, that goes right with the theme of why networking, which I talked about on Jason's podcast. So what does networking mean to you?
Honestly, networking is all about relationships for me. It's really about just connecting with somebody's energy and really wanting to learn more about them
Yeah.
and then how they are supporting the other people in their life. So how they're having the impact and growth in their life and how I can support that.
So it's not about transactions.
Absolutely not.
You hear that?
It's
not
such a
about
long-
transactions.
It's a long play. Like I
Yeah.
don't network to get anything that day. I try not even to like tell people what I do until they actually ask me and get curious with me. I don't start with I'm a photographer because then people think that I just shoot babies and weddings, and that's
Yeah.
definitely not who I am.
Yeah,
So
right. It gets hard if you have your camera though, right?
Well, no,
Sometimes.
because then
Oh,
that's
then people
actually
know that you're a photographer.
they know I'm a photographer, and then
Ah.
they ask questions about things. So that's good too.
Interesting.
That is actually like a really good prop to have, as just like this is part of who I am. Come talk to me.
I have a boombox. It's in my trunk right now. I didn't bring it over.
Should have brought the boombox
I-
and the camera, and then we could
I
have
know.
both had our props.
Oh, we'll have to do that on the Pursue Vegas podcast. Shameless plug. So, okay, I'm familiar with Social Register. You are as well. How did you get involved with Social Register, and what can people expect for this event that's coming up?
So the awesome Dave Berlin is going to be DJing some background music, which I'm going to be dancing to full force, which
Yeah.
is going to be great. Social Register, I actually got introduced to through Mary Grace, who is the owner of Social Register. She now has Hey Boo for the women's side of things, but Social Register is a really good co-ed networking group. I was really searching for a group that I could go to and meet. I do a lot of women's networking
Yeah.
in my world. So I was
Me
looking
too.
for a group to really go and meet some quality men in the entrepreneurial space and just kind of like the more open mindset space as well. And I feel like Mary Grace really is just magnetically attractive to people who are kind of our same sort of people who are looking for the good for everybody in win-win situations versus just going out for selfish reasons.
Yep.
So I connected with her on that. And we've actually done a lot of collaborations together.
Yeah.
So it's been an amazing relationship.
Yeah.
And I'm super excited.
Friendship.
It's,
Friendship.
I love her
relationship.
so hard. Like
Yeah,
she's
she's great.
an amazing person.
Yeah.
I love everything about her, and that's why I love doing business with her and also promoting Social Register because I know who runs it. I know the soul of the actual type of group that it is.
Yeah.
So I know that I can promote that without having somebody show up there
Yeah.
and not resonate with it, because then that would look bad on me. I never want to send somebody to a group. I would never want to send somebody to a group or an event where they're going to feel like they aren't getting something out of it or they're not making good connections.
See what she did? Don't
did.
ever do that.
I won't. I don't. I thought she was coming to say hi.
Yeah,
I thought she knew us. I thought
kidding.
she was going to have like a little
I was
cameo.
like, oh,
Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they could see.
That's actually, that is brilliant. You could have said ask first, and I would actually have you come talk about it. But now we're not going to. No, thank you for sharing that because there you go.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
It's just blocked.
I just
out.
love that we were literally just talking about what networking is and like how to be heart centered with it.
It's like,
That's really
meanwhile,
funny. Yeah, meanwhile,
back at the ranch.
back at the ranch, how did you get connected with Social Register?
So I really want to give a very heart-centered shout out to that because Mary Grace was one of the first people I met when I moved here.
Oh, cool.
I don't even remember how I got connected to her network. I know it pops up on my stories because I was at one of her events at the not the foundation room. It wasn't the foundation room years ago. And I think it was kind of transitioning. She was just taking it out
Over,
of
right.
taking it over. And what was interesting is I had just launched the veteran program for Bunker Labs, which Bunker Labs, hold on one second. It's not the audio that's going to pick up. It's just, I can't carry two conversations.
Are you telling me how to run
No, I was just asking if you guys could move over. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Dave couldn't think.
I was like, I can't think.
Sorry, I don't know how to run a podcast.
You were just distracting him. You weren't being loud.
Yeah.
I'm sure nobody could hear you except us.
But yeah, so when we launched Bunker Labs, Mary Grace was very gracious, no pun intended. She said, "Hey, why don't you partner with Social Register? Anybody that comes through Bunker Labs, which helps veterans start and grow businesses, what is anybody that comes through the program? They immediately get membership for the first year." Which was brilliant
I love
because it
that.
removed that barrier and it had that sort of cause marketing, which I love all marketing, but cause marketing is one of my favorite things. It's marketing with a purpose, with a cause. And a lot of times it doesn't have to be dollars and cents. It can be services that people collaborate on and help with. So with that, that was probably one of the biggest critical steps, not only to get Bunker Labs going, but we walked right into a pandemic after that, which it's such a, I say funny, I think it was yesterday.
Interesting.
I think it was yesterday. It popped up on my stories that we actually had an event for Bunker Labs in February of 2020. Mary Grace was there. It was a whole thing. And it was like, all right, we'll see you next month. And then there was no next month.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there was no next month. So that I just a super shout out to her, and that relationship continued over time. I knew that she switched over to
Hey Boo.
the Hey Boo, the women's only network. Even though I normally get a pass to that stuff, I don't know. She was like, "No, you can't come.
You just have to wear your ruby
Boys
red
can't come."
wig.
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
look really good with the red.
right,
It's great on
ruby
you.
red.
Yeah.
But no, I was really excited to hear that it was coming back. And there was going to be events that we could get to collaborate on.
Absolutely.
And then all in one day, it's like now we're DJing and
Yep.
Pursue Vegas and Choice
Well,
Sound will be there
and
in full force.
The coolest thing about Hey Boo and the women's network that they're creating, it's so much fun. And all the ladies, like most of them are coaches or they support others in a way. So many of those women are hosting events. And it's so interesting because I think that Hey Boo and Social Register are so much more about collaboration than competition, that they show up in support of everybody else's event. They promote their
Yeah.
events. They never look at it as, oh, you're not going to come to my thing if they're going to your thing, which is so absolutely fabulous.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. She's always been very gracious. That's the only word I keep saying.
Calling her
Yeah,
Mary
right.
Grace.
Call her right now.
I got your new tagline.
Yeah, right. Good. Be gracious, Mary Grace.
Live with grace.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
That's what I. Yeah.
Gracious. Merry
Be
gracious.
We probably could just push the button. Gracious. No, so I'm excited. What other activities are going to be happening during this thing? I know it's at your studio.
It's at my studio.
Are we going to be doing boudoir sessions while we're at this
that
networking
would be
event?
lovely. I would love
Or
that, but you know,
boudoir sessions?
usually the clients that I work with
Yeah.
don't know what to do with their hands and are very insecure in their
Ah,
bodies.
okay.
So I don't think they would enjoy other people being able to watch live
Yeah.
as they go through that transformational experience.
It's like a whole live
Uh,
broadcast.
But
Would you like to live broadcast your boudoir session? That's a totally different
that'd be like an
business
OnlyFans
model.
person,
Oh, yeah.
like somebody who's very comfortable with
Yeah.
being on camera. But
Yeah.
um,
I have one. It's called Only Hands.
Only feet is
Yeah,
mine.
only
No, I'm just kidding. No, the darkroom is a 2,500 square foot space, so we'll have a few vendor tables for all the sponsors that have graciously, I'm making up words now. See, so we'll have some vendor tables for some local businesses. So if
Cool.
the business owners who are coming to network also want to just kind of peruse some people who really wanted to support the event, that's going to be happening. We're going to have background music. I believe there's going to be hors d'oeuvres and some bubbly, I believe.
Ooh, do you have some people for that?
I will ask Mary Grace. I am
Yeah.
unsure.
Let's
get back to
I
you
need
on
to
that.
jam with her anyways because I've kind of opened up a whole new network of resources and people since then. I know I got pizza on lock. It just depends on what
Yep,
kind of
see?
pizza we want to do.
Look at that. Detroit,
Yeah, right. Oh yeah.
always.
Where's your favorite Detroit style? I know, but just so the guests at home know, where's the best Detroit style pizza?
Red Dwarf.
Why?
It's crispy. It's delicious. The sauce is amazing. The cheese is high quality, and the environment of the actual bar. It's like a tiki burlesque divey bar that does Dungeons and Dragons nights on Tuesdays, which is hilarious. So they have not only a great atmosphere and amazing food, but great drinks too.
Are you D&D master?
I
Dungeon
am
master.
not, but I am D&D adjacent.
Okay. Hold on. Pee Wee Herman, word of the day. How many times have we used the word adjacent today?
Well, I feel like it's been like a 24-hour thing because
It
I
has.
also used
We-
it many times yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, I
Used
grew
it
up
many times.
in Vegas. I've been here since I was 5, and I was in theater in high school, and I hung out with a lot of theater nerds. So I was on sports and I was in theater, so I had like many different varied friends, and I had a lot of friends in D&D groups. One of which is literally still going with my friends from high school's father as well. So they're
wow.
still doing it to this day, which
That's
is
cool.
great. So I get to just watch, which is great because I don't think I have the attention span for D&D. I think
Oh.
I would die.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a good idea. Live
Oh,
play
cool.
D&D podcast
Yeah.
starting this week.
I love it.
Just
there
in
it
case
is.
you couldn't hear the Jason men.
Yeah, right.
The Jason men.
Now, so for this event, I'm excited.
Are you?
Well, I am. What is one piece of advice that you would give to people that are thinking about attending this revival?
I would definitely say to work on whatever you're really passionate about and have not an elevator pitch, but just have a really tight 15 seconds about like who you are, what you stand for, and what you're passionate about so that you can really be able to connect with people on a deeper level easier. because I think that there's going to be some really cool people coming. And always my favorite advice for clients, networking, all the things is wear something that really expresses yourself and you feel comfortable in. Don't worry about looking like business casual. I'm going to a networking event. Like, use your personality. Wear what really sets you apart from everybody else. Wear something crazy. Wear a pink hat. Wear a tutu. Wear whatever. But like, just be you. Don't ever be afraid to be you. That's what I would say.
I love that. For me, I would say similar, only I would say come with like 5 real questions that are
Ooh.
not, what do you do? There's an exchange that starts to happen where as soon as somebody's like, oh, what do you do? Like when the person starts talking about it, it's almost like they don't realize they're going into pitch mode, which pitch mode is fine if you have a decent, like you said,
Right.
a good pitch, but normally when that starts to happen, the person starts to feel like they're being pitched.
Correct.
And then the other person's like, if there's any interest at all, like somebody smiles, like it's nice to smile at people. So somebody smiles and then they're like, they're smiling. They might be
They
a
want
client.
more.
They want
Yeah.
And then it's like, now they're a number. And like the
Right.
numbers game, in prospecting is different from the numbers game in networking. We talked about this a lot
Yes.
yesterday. It's like, to me, what if it's not about, I talked to 100 people, 20 people might care, 5 people might set an appointment, 2 people might book. Well, what if every one person that you talk to opens up and unlocks 100 infinite opportunities in the universe, and they could come at any time. You know, it's interesting. We met a long time ago,
Many moons ago.
6 years ago, and I just bought. It took me 6 years to finally buy a boudoir session because I didn't even know that's what you did.
You know, but we're gonna have so much fun. We're gonna do the puppies and like the George Costanza on the couch. Like we're gonna have
Oh, like
a blast with
J.C.
it.
Penney. What is it?
Yep.
Is it J.C. Penney like awkward family photos?
Yes.
The Olin Mills.
100%. You know what?
Do that.
We should do like a
Like-
fireman outfit
Okay.
and get
Wait.
like a fire hose. No, but on the networking thing, it's
Yeah.
interesting because whenever anybody asks me what I do, I literally only say one sentence because I feel like if it's over one sentence, then
Yeah.
it is feeling like a pitch. So I
Yeah.
always say, I do branding and boudoir photography for women who don't know what to do with their hands. And I just leave it at that. And then I ask a question. I don't even like
Yeah, but yours
stop
is
and wait
cool
for
and
their
compelling.
but like I don't even wait for a reaction. I don't want them to be my client. I then ask them something else right after I say that so I can make sure that they know that I'm interested in them.
Yeah, totally. I love that. No, and that's, you win. You win the internet.
Woo! Gold star.
Gold star. Awesome. So where can people find more about the event? And I know we might be able to like magically make it happen, but where do people go?
Well, I reposted it on my Instagram, which is highestself.me_, but you can also go to Social Register. I think it's Vegas. It could be Las Vegas, but I have faith in you. You understand the internet. You
Yeah.
can find it.
Yeah. I'll repost it. I'll
Right.
repost it on the Pursue Vegas on the Pursue Vegas Instagram, and we'll start sharing it some other places too. If you have any questions, you can definitely reach out to me or reach out to Casey, and we will point you in the right direction. And we will sell you those free tickets because you are a prospected
Slanging
person.
ticket.
Yeah.
Slanging. You want that ticket? I got that ticket.
Yeah.
You want it?
Yeah.
Hit up your girl.
There it is. I love it. Awesome. Thank you. All right, J Rock.
All right,
Who's next? Is he coming up next?
Sonny's coming up next.
Okay, you got it. Did you?
Yes, we met through a networking group that I don't think exists in the Valley anymore.
Which one? Latip.
No, it was like that. But I think that other one doesn't exist anymore. It may not even exist nationally anymore. I don't want to give him. I don't want to give him any press. I don't think it's a thing in the Valley. I don't know if it's a thing anywhere else. So
There's no wind here. It's nice.
yeah, it's actually kind of nice. We're gonna have a great day today. So I am here with Sonny. You are deeply involved in our tech community, working with a lot of our tech founders. You come from a tech background.
Yes.
Here, sit a little closer to that microphone. Let's squeeze your chair in a little bit so we can make sure we can hear you.
Sure.
But yeah, you are a coder. You have been in tech for a long, long time. You are the CTO of a couple of tech companies here. You're,
Yeah.
so tell us all about what you're doing. You have something new coming up, right?
Yeah, well, there's a couple things. I basically help startups with their MVP. And even though I do software engineering, my biggest contribution is really product development. So really what that comes from is that I've actually a one-man app agency. I do the front end, the back end,
Mhm.
iOS and Android, and work all together. And what happened is that I just have a lot of experience building so many apps.
Mhm.
I kind of already know about where a product's direction might be. So somebody will come up to me and say, this is what we're trying to do. This is the idea we're trying to do. And then they have an idea of how the software they need to build to achieve that
Mhm.
idea. But I'll be like, oh, actually it might be better if you do it like this. And I save weeks or even a month of development just from experience of what I've done development. But yeah, so the next thing that we're launching is Pre-Meet. It's about 1 or 2 months. It's actually going to be used at this event.
Okay.
And it's a video like app, kind of like TikTok, but it's going to be previewing all the attendees before an event. So like right now, if I say I'm a startup MVP consultant, you would be able to see a video of me. What's going to happen is that Josh is going to send out a link before the event, and then people will click on that link, and there's a TikTok like feed, and you get to preview, and you get to contribute your own 10 to 30-second commercial about why you're going to the event and what you're looking
Okay.
for.
I could before the event say, hey, I'm Jason Ledoux, gonna be podcasting, and be live streaming from the event. I would love to talk to all of you.
Yep.
If if you've got a story to tell, come see me.
Exactly. And you can put your email address, your LinkedIn,
Yep.
your contact info if you want to. And then, because that way, when you see somebody, you can be like, oh, that's an investor or that's an engineer. I really want to talk to them,
Awesome.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
so we're launching about next month. We've been working on it for a while. But the other things that we're going to launch it for other events that have vendors. And that's the real big one that we're going to do, because now before you go to an event, let's say like CES,
Mhm.
you can now look at a nice 30-second commercial from each vendor and then possibly even book an appointment with them.
Which
before.
is great.
Yeah,
And vendors do love that. I was able to get a media pass to CES this year.
Okay.
And if you've never done that, if you've never been media at an event, you will get all these emails from all the vendors and all the people who are speaking, and all come to our thing, come to our event. And it's great, but now you've got 1,000 emails in your inbox. But a couple of really short video, like just a stream of really short videos would be a great way to something I could do when I'm like sitting there waiting for something, go, oh, okay, and tag them and like make a list of the things I really want to go see.
Yeah, so there's this thing that I don't know if you heard of it. Like there was the criticization about the social media companies in the 2010s that called race to the bottom of the brainstem. I don't know if you heard that concept.
Yep.
So
Oh yeah.
yeah, exactly. So like what Pre-Meet and what the founder is, his name's Martin. He's kind of doing the opposite. He's racing to the cerebral cortex.
Yeah.
And it's more like high level interaction. And in order to do that, you need to have video. And that's the big key thing. Like Tinder can work because it's kind of low level, and you're like, I just need a photo because I'm not looking for that person, whatever type of connection.
I'm
But when
not.
you do-
I'm not really concerned about this person's personality on
Exactly,
Tinder,
exactly,
right?
right?
Let's get to brass tacks on that
Exactly
one,
right.
right?
That's the low level brainstem stuff. But there's so much opportunity for high level stuff, and one of them is events. But like there's just in general, like there's no way you can look at a picture of me and get a sense of what software I can develop. Like it's just impossible. Even if I was to write a big bio via text, it doesn't work as much as audio and video does. And being able to see a 10-second commercial, I think is a powerful thing, no matter what the intention is.
Yeah.
Not just for events, but even before. I think I've even heard like somebody the other day used to send out pitch decks or proposals, and now he sends a video. So he doesn't just send the proposal, but he sends a video of him going over the proposal, because a lot of times what people used to do is just look at the proposal, look at the bottom number and say yay or nay.
Yeah.
And they don't really read the proposal. They don't really get it, because again, text is just not a good high level communication. And I notice this too, even when I do on Zoom chats, like sometimes people put their video on, sometimes they don't put their video on. But if you're having a high level conversation, you really need to see the person's face. It helps you know when to jump in, when not to jump in, how they feel about a certain situation. So, so that, I think that's always, I still think that's really underused just in general everywhere. Like LinkedIn probably should have made high-end videos on their profile just so you can get a sense, because you can read a list, but it's just not the same thing as getting to know the person.
It is a little baffling how LinkedIn has for a decade tried to incorporate video, and they don't seem to quite find that thing that would probably be most effective for them, where it's just a video where my profile picture would be, right? And and that 10-second commercial.
And I came to this insight because I'd just worked on so many apps. I worked on an app for 2 years that was like an Uber for handyman. So, and that's what we kind of realized, because we were documenting the job, and it was like, oh, how can we prove that they repaired the toilet or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And it's like, oh, you take a before and after photo and you actually show a video of like the toilet working. And so we realized, oh, high level communication. So like before we worked on the app, there was email. They would send an email, oh, this needs to be repaired, because it was mostly property management companies.
Yep.
It was not personal. And so they're like, oh, this apartment has something that needs to be fixed. And they would be email. And now we had an app where you can document it all, and you have a video. And then after we send the video to the, you know, HOA or whatever, they would look at the video and be like, yep, prove the invoice. This works. You know what I
Awesome.
mean? But it's also documentation for like, it worked when we left. You know what I mean? That way, you know, if somebody tries to say something else. But like, I still think video is really underutilized in all aspects. We now have the technology for it, you know, kind of like Snapchat, but it's kind of used for like social things, but not for like proof or evidence.
We'll get
You-
there.
You know what I mean?
We'll get.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
yeah. I mean, bandwidth and memory are essentially free now.
yeah, exactly.
Not like they were 20 years ago, right? Where they were
Ex-
really expensive. So,
exactly. Yeah.
so I mean, that's why video has blown up the way it has, because
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
essentially free now. Do you remember the first app you ever worked on?
Yeah. So great question. So it was many years ago, and I was really broke, and I'm actually self-taught developer. I never went to college, and I was really broke, and I watched all these tutorials, and I learned how to code, but I didn't know anything. So I understood the concepts, but I didn't have a reason. So this really taught me how to learn something. And the reason why you have to learn something, the reason how you learn something is you have an intention, you have to have a purpose. Otherwise, you're just doing memorization. So the first app I built was an online store. I was like, what can I build that I think I would use? And I built an online store. It took me 3 weeks. It was so hard because I built a shopping cart.
What did you code it in?
Oh, this is gonna laugh. I've coded in Flash.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong with
yeah,
that.
yeah,
I'm,
yeah,
I'm always
that's-
I'm always curious, like, because I'm old enough.
Yeah.
I learned like in Basic and Pascal.
Oh,
Like
wow.
when I
Yeah,
went to
yeah,
college, I
yeah.
went for engineering, and we had to learn how to code.
Yeah.
And shortly, like my first assignment in the Air Force was the last time I ever coded anything,
Oh,
but
okay.
which was like almost 30 years ago. So that's how I'm dating myself. But I'm always curious what people first learned to code in, because there's no right one to start with.
No,
And I agree with you 100%. If you want to learn to code, if you want to learn to do anything, the best thing to do is have a project you want to do,
Exactly. Yeah.
and then learn the tools you need to do to achieve that project,
Yeah.
and then evaluate. Okay, what could I have done better? What's maybe a different tool I'll use next time?
Exactly. I call it like the human approach to like product. Even when I was a professional Flash developer for many years, I wouldn't say, oh, I know how to do this in ActionScript. I would say, you know, YouTube, I can make you a video player with ad rolls. And that's what I did for a lot in LA. I lived in LA for 5 years. And yeah, it's about the intention. So I built the online store. It took 3 weeks, but I learned more about that than just memorizing algorithms and just having intention. And I also think it's important that when you communicate what you can do, you don't get technical, you know, because all of this is supposed to provide value, and you should be able to communicate that value very easily, you know, like it's like, oh, you know, ChatGPT, I can make you like that. You know what I mean? So you always, my point is you always have to be able to communicate something that's really relevant and not really get into the technical stuff when you want to communicate on what you can build. you
Yeah,
know? It's like-
nothing's more boring than reading about syntax or data structures.
Yeah, exactly. yeah.
But nothing's more exciting than putting a project to life by using them, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, like I could list all the features I did for that one app, but it's like, no, Uber for handyman. Like, okay, you get it. You get the whole idea, like what that means. And, you know, and I've always had that approach. I even do that in my programming. I don't know how much you know about code, but like there's a lot of different frameworks and layouts. And for my front end code, whether it's iOS or Android, I actually make a separate code file for every screen. This is like very different for any other framework. They always separate it and put the logic in a different file, and it makes it complicated. And I like to call it human-oriented programming,
Mhm.
where if you know the app and you're like, I want to update the login screen, it's like, okay, login file, and you just got to go there and update it. It makes it, you know, much easier.
Again, it's a recent development when memory essentially became free. Because
Yeah,
I learned to
exactly,
code
yeah.
in the days when, like, we were doing this on computers with maybe a megabyte of
Oh, wow,
K
yeah.
in RAM.
You had to
right?
manage your memory.
You had to
yeah.
manage your memory.
Oh,
So that's
wow,
why
yeah.
that's why in the old days a lot of things were like if you had a
Yeah.
I don't even know if they call it this anymore. You had like local variables and global variables,
yep,
right?
yep.
And if you were going to use it more than once, you had to make it a global variable because
Yep,
you couldn't
yep.
be taking up multiple bytes of memory storing the same thing over and over again. So
Yeah, yeah.
and that is the extent of what I know about coding. So
No, but you bring up a great point. So like iOS had that in the beginning with Objective-C. So I was an iOS developer since 2008. And around 2010, they had automatic reference counting called ARC. And then that's when I really exploded as a iOS developer, because they literally, their editor was so good at pointing out when to free the memory. They're like, we'll just do it for you. And then I was like, all right. You know, I was like, you know, I was an Objective-C developer before that, but like when that came out, I was like, okay, now I don't have to worry about memory management. I can take my algorithms from Flash and apply it to iOS and create all these kind of cool apps. And that's what I did.
All right. Thank you, Apple. Thank you, iOS.
Yeah.
So that was your first app.
Yeah.
What was your favorite app you've ever built?
The favorite app I built is actually one recently. It's for dance studios. It took many years. And it's basically software that runs dance studios, and it could be used for martial arts. And I plan to expand in multiple studio spaces. And basically, and the reason why I like it so much, that it was such a big task that you relearn everything. I had to invent so many technologies to make it work. It doesn't sound complicated, but there's like 6 different types of memberships at a dance studio. There's prepaid, there's monthly, there's contract. You can cancel contract. It gets complicated.
Already too much for me.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but I always love the idea that no problem is too hard for me to solve. And I just stuck with it for many years. And now I'm going to be releasing it soon. And yeah, it's just so exciting, that feeling. One of the most exciting things about being a software engineer is that probably the coolest thing, I should say, is that you're the first one to play with it. So when it gets done, it's like, you know, you're building the car, the first Tesla, you're the first one to test drive it. And then when you test drive it, you're like, oh, this works. We had this theory, it was an idea, it was on sketches, but when you actually give it a test run, you're like, this works the way it's supposed to work. Like it's really exciting. But yeah, the dance studio one, I would say, is probably most exciting, because it's like 4 different portals. There's a free dance studio app, so it's not just software for the owner of the dance studio to run their dance studio, but it's also an app for the customers, so they can kind of, you know, keep up with this dance studio, check their schedule, book or not book, things like that.
Good
Studio
stuff, yeah.
rentals, yeah.
Yeah. So can you talk about some of the other projects you're working on now?
Right now I'm working on Pre-Meet. I work on JewelFit.
Yep.
JewelFit
Good friend of the show.
Exactly. JewelFit is great. Yeah, I did their mobile software and their booking software, and so that was really interesting because, like I was mentioning before, like a hotel you book once a day, which is, you know, that's not so bad to program. But with JewelFit, we had to engineer that if these machines ran 24 hours, you could book every 2 minutes, and that's like a whole different complexity of programming, you know. But yeah, JewelFit's a great example of what I think is the magic formula in tech. So to me, there's been a magic formula since the early 2000s, and it's hardware, software, computer screen, and a network. So the iPhone is the computer chip plus the cell phone plus a beautiful screen plus the internet. Tesla is a car plus a computer chip plus that nice beautiful screen plus it's connected to the internet. And I think what JewelFit represents is workout machines that are robotic plus a computer plus the screen plus the internet, and we're going to be syncing that.
Are you guys taking notes? Are you guys taking notes on all this? Because my next question for you is, that's great. I love the idea that you've boiled this down into a formula that I think our folks who are watching, if they have a tech idea, they can apply that. Okay, you know, maybe my thing's not exactly that, but it should be something like that,
exactly,
right? A computer chip, an object, a computer chip, a screen,
an industry,
and a network, and then of course the people that go along with that, right? So what's your advice besides the formula? What's your advice for someone who wants to get into tech, whether they're a young kid who's thinking about learning to code, whether it's someone who has an entrepreneurial idea? What's your advice for someone for getting into tech?
So great question. So I had many ideas when I got into tech because I was self-taught, and it was very difficult back then because we didn't have ChatGPT. So I kind of did what I had to do, and I went into Flash. But the number one thing is that make something you would use. Like Steve Jobs said this, like the number one, like there's no like magic formula, whatever, but the easiest thing to understand whether you have a hit or not is, do you want to use it? And everybody who's working on the iPod was so excited to use the iPod when it finally came out. Same thing with the iPhone. And that's always the number one test. Is this an app that, or something that you yourself want to use? And but with ChatGPT, you can now answer all those questions. I had a billion questions about how to get started into things back when I started, like over 15 years ago, and there was just no answers. And I had to go years sometime without even knowing the right direction. But with ChatGPT now, you can get started, and there's really no reason why. Like, even I use ChatGPT every day in my programming. It doesn't write the code for me. It looks the references up. So if I'm integrating, let's say, Stripe, and I say, oh, I need to add payment processing to this app, what is the right way to do subscriptions? What's the right way to do payments? You know, and you have a real conversation. that normally would take days or weeks, emailing Stripe and things like that. And now you can use ChatGPT. So with ChatGPT, use AI to learn to code, use it to answer any coding questions. But for as far as which North Star to go, make something that you and your friends want to use immediately. That's always, and here's another quick tip. And this is like really tough because everyone's made this mistake, including myself. They'll always have an idea because they're just living through life and they kind of run into a scenario and they're like, why don't people do this? Why don't people mix these two things, right? And then they shoot down that idea and they say, well, nobody's done it, so it must not be a thing. And that's actually, because nobody's done it means it's actually a good idea. And you just have to have the energy to keep pursuing it and, trust the process. You just keep going forward. And, I did this with my dance studio app. Like, people kept saying, oh, just ship crap, just ship something, get it out there. And I'm like, it doesn't feel right. And now that it's done, I'm more than happy that I stuck with it until it just, felt good.
That sounds great. Well, if you've got a dance studio or a martial arts studio or a gym,
Yeah.
holla at your boy.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
going to
yeah.
help you out. So
Yeah.
anything else you want to leave us with? I know I want to get to how people can reach out to you and work with
Sure.
you, but is there anything else you want to leave us with before we get to that?
No, I think that's the big one. Just trust the process. I don't even know if there's a word for it, but when you work, you build capital and you learn experience. And then as you consistently work, you get so much more knowledgeable. And one good way that, and I think Tony Fadell said this, like, if it's not a crazy ride, you're not really making progress. If it's too easy, you're not really challenging yourself. If it's too hard, that's not a good thing, but it's got to be kind of like a ride, and you got to like look back and be like, oh, I can't believe I didn't know that a month ago. You know what I mean? That's kind of how you're on the right track,
Mhm.
But yeah, if you want to reach out, my website's complexnerd.com. And that is, the website. You can see my most recent stuff, my most recent work, and also a way to contact me. I help startups with their MVP. I consult, but at a minimum, for free, I can just tell you if you're in the right direction or not, and what might be, save you a couple months of directions of testing out theories. Because I've just worked with so much product, I have a sense of like what might work and what might not work.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to finally sit down and talk with you.
All right,
Looking
thank you
forward
very
to
much.
seeing you around the tech community here. Enjoy the rest of your day at Tech Alley.
All right, thank you.
Thanks,
Every
Sonny.
day. Yeah.
Come on over, Nancy. Hey, Nancy, let's scoot your chair in closer. We want you to be right up on that microphone. They're pretty good, but I want to make sure everybody can hear you. That looks great.
I got it.
All right. So you are an artist
I am.
and you are the director at the building.
No, not the director. I'm the current resident and artist in residence.
Artist in
for
residence.
First Friday Foundation.
For
Yes.
First Friday Foundation.
Yes.
So tell us what it is to be an artist in residence. Tell us what First Friday Foundation and First Friday is all about, because I don't think we've mentioned First Friday on this stream in the
Mm-hmm.
past, but we haven't really dived into it really deeply. So tell us all about what you're doing.
Well, I will come at it from an outside looking in. I'm not part of the First Friday Foundation, but they did award me this resident studio to use for 6 months. First Friday themselves are a phenomenal arts foundation, community-based, engaged in bringing the community together in various ways through art, music, dance, all sorts of creative endeavors. But they also have an Art UK subset of that foundation, which is tied to mental health
Okay.
and making changes in the community through arts and culture in the mental health aspect.
Awesome. And what do you do as the artist in residence?
Well, I have that space as a working studio. I am a full-time contemporary conceptual artist and am very tickled to have a huge wall to hang a massive painting to work on. And it's also going to be a mentoring studio. So I'm the mentoring artist, and there's a new artist in resident, an emerging artist resident coming in, and we'll collaborate and work on things together and find new ways of expression.
That's outstanding, and I love to hear that you are setting things up in a mentoring fashion, because we're here at Tech Alley, and for a moment it's going to be Art Alley.
Mhm.
But one of the things we talk about on this and some of the other podcasts and that kind of thing for our tech community is how important mentoring it is
Absolutely.
for experienced founders in the tech community to be mentors to the new entrepreneurs, the new founders who are coming up.
Absolutely.
Ex-
And then we learn from each other.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
not a one-way street.
So what kind of art do you do? Painting, sculpting? What I mean, I know a lot of
Yeah.
artists are into multiple things. So
Multiple things, and primarily large format conceptual abstract works, paintings. But I love that this is part of Tech Alley because I also have long incorporated a mix of what I call analog to digital and back to analog. So utilizing programs, different skills, skill sets with even some AI collaboration, but always bringing it back to the hand of the artist in a way that digital and AI can't do.
That's fantastic. So where can everyone come down and see your art if they're in Las Vegas, or are there other places they can see your
Well,
art?
a few places, but right now focusing on Art Square, which is 1025 South First Street, where Tech Alley has a lot of the meeting rooms. Suite 170.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just give my plug in here for where we are at Tech Alley. We are in beautiful downtown Las Vegas, corner of Main and Charleston. We are centered around, we are in front of Taverna Costera. They're our great sponsor who provides the water and the coffee and lunch for everybody who comes down to Tech Alley. When you hear us talking about the different talks and the different presentations that are going on, most of those occur over in the Art Square building, which is directly behind us and across First Street. And so when you hear us talking about Suite 150, Suite 155, we're talking about the Art Square building, and that's where you work out of, and you have your studio over there. And
Exactly.
so, and is that something people can come down, like when you're hanging out working, people can come down and see you?
Absolutely, and part of my philosophy on mentoring is it's not just one-on-one with other artists; it's with the community at large, because there are a lot of people watching, and they understand that it takes work to be an artist, but maybe they don't understand the whole depth and breadth of it. So I actually do time-lapse videos almost every day when I'm working in the studio and post those on YouTube as a way to show what happens when you quote unquote show up as an artist, and it lots of little steps.
You know, art can be complicated. I know a lot of artists. What makes them great artists is they're perfectionists a little bit, right? They want it exactly a certain way. They see it in their mind a certain way, and they want it that way.
Sometimes, yes.
we were talking earlier about editing video, and I wouldn't call myself an artist of that by any means, but finding a mistake and having to go back and undo a bunch of stuff, and how do you balance that perfection? How do you tell me about your process?
The process is based on just life experience. I'm technically a senior citizen, so I have seen what happens when I try to be a perfectionist about things, and it usually doesn't work. It usually fails, and then you have bad feelings about it. And I've learned to balance an organic, evolutionary approach to my art, to what my intention is. The intention is always, to me, where I start from perfection. Is my intention going to be perfect? If it is, then what happens around that is acceptable to me, and actually more desirable, because it's the authentic experience.
Okay, so true to the spirit more than
Exactly.
true to the letter.
Exactly.
Okay, very cool.
Exactly.
Are you working on anything exciting you want to tell us about now?
Ooh, well, I'm starting the largest painting of my career, a 7-foot by 18-foot canvas. And I'm taking advantage of having this massive wall in the residency studio to do that. Otherwise, I have
Very
teeny
cool.
tiny home studio and would never be able to support a large work like that.
Have you mainly worked out of a home studio in the past? Is this kind of a new thing for you?
No, I actually ran a contemporary curated gallery space for many, many years where my working studio was. So I had a working studio that had a pretty good sized wall. I primarily had worked in like 5 by 10 feet paintings. I have a huge series of that. Just finished the 22nd piece in that series.
Nice.
And so I've always intended to go larger, and it's going to be a physical adventure as well, because I'm a tiny person. I just raised my scaffolding about 8 inches so I could actually reach.
You said it's 10 by 27?
This will be 7 by 18.
7 by
This
18.
new canvas, yeah.
It's still really big.
It is. It's
It's I'm trying to like
pretty
let me
much as big as this window.
let me put it this way for our viewers. 7 by 18. 7 by 18 isn't going to fit into this shot that you guys see right now. So it's going to extend many feet that way and many feet that
Yeah.
way and several feet
Above,
taller.
yeah.
So yeah, 7 by 18 is big. Do you collaborate with other artists on things?
I do. I'm part of the mentoring that I'll be doing in the studio will include, and definitely the goal is to include some collaboration. I've done some very unique collaborations in the past with two other women artists, where we did a unique technique called exquisite corpse, where one artist does the head, one artist does the body, one artist does the legs or feet, but we don't know what the other is doing. It's all covered up, so you
It's
only have
it's
little.
like art improv.
Oh, very much so, very much so. And we created an entire show out of that several years back, and even kept it so secret as far as what was created that we did not know what was created until we unveiled everything at the installation. We figured out a way to. I've got an engineering brain, so we figured out ways to install things under drapes. So we okay, that's that connector point, that's that connector point, and then have a public reception where we also saw the works for the same time. So it became performance art on top of it.
Were you surprised by what you saw? I mean, or was it kind of what you expected? How
No.
did that come out?
It's always a surprise. It's also a class that I teach this technique, and it's always a surprise. It's almost always incredibly funny. There's also poignancy and some sensitivity that happens, but almost always humor is the main thing, because it's your head. You're scratching your head as the, wow, I would have never put those two things together, and yet all of a sudden they work and they tell a new story, and they kind of skew your brain a little bit and show you what's possible.
That's really beautiful. What makes for a great collaboration with other artists?
Ooh, checking your ego at the door is
Yeah.
number one, putting it on the shelf, and setting out some parameters. A lot of times we think of collaboration as these spontaneous things, and they can be, but the most successful collaborations are the ones where expectations are laid out. The goals, the intentions are all set out to make sure we're all on the same page. And then being kind to each other, being gentle with each other, knowing that life happens, and giving yourself plenty of time to do the collaboration.
That's outstanding. So you said you have an engineering brain. Did you study engineering, or is that just kind of how you're wired?
It's how I'm wired. A very balanced right brain, left brain. Was a math major in college, or a sub major, I should say. And I was chuckling. I was listening to you talk about early programming. I mean, I was doing punch cards.
Did you do punch cards? That was
Punch cards.
I just missed punch cards. I came
Yeah.
into college in the early 90s, and I was at Boston University. I was off of punch cards by about 4 or 5 years, but not by
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, this was in high school even, and thought about pursuing computer programming. My brain still works that way, but I'm also a musician and an artist and photographer, and just want to create. And so I find ways to combine both sides of the brain, the technical, the engineering side of things. I love problem solving and helping me learn how to, or helping me to work smarter in the studio, not harder. Efficiency is cool to me.
So let's shift gears a little bit, because we're all interested in working smarter, not harder, and we're here at Tech Alley. How do you incorporate tech into working on your art?
Well, I mean, my phones every single day, time-lapse videos, creating, then editing those videos, which I'm all doing on the phone, merging photographs into the videos on the phone, but then also various programs. I was working on photography and art when, let's see, Photoshop first came out in the 80s. I could not afford Photoshop. I couldn't afford a Mac computer, but I found the next best, which was really, really good, which was Jask and Corel. The guy made pretty much an identical to Photoshop. And then now it's Paint Shop Pro, and I still use that, from the mid 80s to create art, and have learned how to incorporate actually what I call analog to digital, or analog to digital back to analog, A to D, A to D to A, where I will photograph one of my paintings and then I will turn it into an animated landscape, but in an abstracted way. So there's so many different ways we can incorporate the two.
Very cool. Are you using artificial intelligence at all in what you're doing?
I have. I did a series a couple years ago, and actually when the apps started coming out for our phones and some beta stuff on our phones, I tried a little bit with Midjourney, but I wanted to find something that was a little bit more faster, a little less convoluted.
Midjourney's a little challenging.
It can be, and so I found, I don't even at this point remember what I had used, but I imported one of my self portraits, told it to weight that as the most important starting point. Then I gave it written prompts somewhere along the lines of, like cyber, crone, mystic, medicine man, guru, but also futurist, alien, and ended up it generating these very unique images that almost still looked like me as far as my expression, but then this mix of how AI interpreted those prompts from, like tribal masks into android type, beings. And then I printed those out, transferred them to sheets of linoleum, hand carved the images based on how I wanted them to look, and then printed them. So it's like analog, digital, back to analog.
Have you done anything with NFTs, or do you always take the back to analog step?
I tried some, actually did some NFTs. Actually, Super Chief did the first NFT exhibition many years ago in New York City. I juried into that show, actually. And
tell us what that means, because most of us are tech nerds. We don't know what jurying into a show means.
So art spaces, galleries, venues will sometimes put out a call for art, and based on a theme, or it could be open. And sometimes everybody gets in, sometimes it's a juried show, that there's somebody who is selecting the works for the show. And so it was another arts organization that put the call out for NFT art to show at Super Chief, and they selected my submission. And everything's digital, everything's on screens, and it was a really unique opportunity. As is often the case in especially new technology, ever-changing technology, abuses start to happen, cons start to happen. Artists have been the target of so many scams related to NFTs, where we'll get somebody who's like, yeah, I love your art, I want to make an NFT of it, but you end up going through their site, but it's actually not a legitimate site,
Right.
and you're paying fees and you'll never get them back. So we've been targeted so much that I've actually backed way off from NFTs because there's no protections for the artist. Legitimate sites, yes, but how do you tell?
It's hard right now. It's
very, very
it's still
hard.
kind of the Wild West, and it'll get better. But so
Yeah.
good advice: protect yourself.
Protect yourself, use some common sense, do your due diligence, research the entity. But mostly, if you're going to do NFTs, generate them yourselves. Point somebody to your own gallery. Say, this is where you buy it. I'm not paying you to.
Yeah, it's not terribly hard.
No.
So where can people find resources on how they can do that themselves?
Online. A quick search online is the best. But it's like anything. We research what we know how to ask, and sometimes we don't know what to ask.
Yeah.
So find somebody who you respect and who's already doing regular NFTs, or any type of art that you like, and publicly doing it so you see it. Ask. Most people will answer.
Very cool. So what's your best advice for someone young or someone old who's thinking about getting into art?
It's never too late or too early. I use these two words that I actually used for myself earlier. Show up, and that works for everything. That works for family, friends, for college, for Tech Alley, for anything that we are interested in. Let's have enough energy to show up, and enough self-discipline sometimes, because sometimes the energy's not there. So you have a little less self-discipline.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to tell us about before we let you go?
No, but thanks for the offer to sit in. I know it's not typically the subject that they have, but tech does cross over often to art.
And that's why I really wanted to do this. I think it's really important that we don't box ourselves into being tech people or
Right.
art people
Yeah.
or whatever we are. These are all great things that enhance our lives and create us as a whole person.
I mean, I'm looking at the microphone. An artist helped design the shape
Absolutely,
of
yeah.
that microphone. You know, everything that we use, an artist had a hand in.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, this was when Josh introduced us this morning. I was really excited about having you on here because
appreciate
I think art, whether it's online user experience, user design, something like our microphone, or just how we're setting up cameras and
Right.
lights and that kind of stuff. It's all there's an art to all of it, and I think
Yeah.
we all need to all really need to embrace the art, especially if what we're doing is really technical. We need to embrace the art in it.
It helps us maintain a balance that we desperately need as a species, honestly.
Absolutely. So, where can everyone find you, and how can they see your art?
Find me on Instagram at nancygood_art, NANCYGOOD_art. YouTube for my videos, time-lapse videos, at Bella, BELA good, GOOD, and then online website, nancygoodart.com.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you
It's
so
been a
much. I
pleasure. I'm so
appreciate
glad
it.
we got to
Yeah,
meet.
I'm so
I
honored
hope we
and
will see
grateful.
you at future Tech Alleys.
Well, I'll be in there.
All right. Thanks, Nancy.
Bye, Nancy.
Whew, all right. We're going to take a little breather here for a second from the guests. So we are just about wrapping up. We got about 15 minutes before lunch starts here. So we got about 15 minutes before lunch starts here. Then the second round of talks will start at 1:15, I think. So right now, what we're wrapping up is we are wrapping up Who's Got My Money with Jorge Raziel in the theater. Innovation Essentials, hosted by Karma Hunter. Will Wang is doing Agile NV right now. And the Las Vegas AI meetup, hosted by Timothy May, is going on right now as well. And then Caleb is doing his startup attorney thing. So, and then coming up at 1:15, if you want to get down here and see what's going on, we've got Josh Stacy doing demo time at 1:15. Victory hosting the Las Vegas Drones meetup. Mahika filling in for Jackson doing social marketing, and then user experience and product design with Valerie, which is a great one. And then the Python meetup, Adam Englander is hosting that at 1:15 as well. So, as I said, we are down at Taverna Costera, the corner of Charleston and Maine, in beautiful downtown Las Vegas, Nevada. Would love to have you come down and have lunch with us. Lunch is free if you're attending Tech Alley. It is a great day. It's a beautiful day here, sunny day. We are in the shade right now, but probably in about an hour we are going to be getting full sunlight on ourselves, so that's going to be interesting. But we are having a great time. We've had some great guests already. Hope you will come down and join us and see what's going on here at Tech Alley. So give me 1 second. Little housekeeping. So let's see, what else can we fill in with here while we're waiting for another guest to come on. Let's see. I'm just kind of looking around. We've done the rundown. Yeah, let's just take a pause for a second. Like I said, just doing a little housekeeping here. Okay. Don't need that. Don't need. Yep. All right. All right. Okay. Mm. Mm, 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 I know. I apologize for the lull in the activity. I'm just trying to get a couple things taken care of here. So, all right. Hey, James, you want to jump on? Jump on and tell us what you're going to be talking about today. So,
Hi. How are
hey,
you
good to see
today?
you again, man.
Good to see you.
This
What's
is
up?
this is
Hi.
great. I think we need to arrange to be here every month.
We
So,
should. We
we
should.
should. We'll try to get this worked out ahead of time. I
Okay,
really like
I'm gonna
being
take
here
my
kind of
glasses off.
in the stream of action. So I'm here with James Roop. He's one of the big picture hosts behind Tech Alley
Yeah,
every
they've
month.
actually got a name for us now. They're calling us residents.
Residents. That's
so we have
fancy.
resident attorneys. I'm a resident blockchain expert. So
Right.
we're residents, and so I
That's
really
fine.
like that.
Can I
We-
be the resident podcaster?
Absolutely. We should do that for sure.
Outstanding. Outstanding. I'm changing all my business cards and social medias
There it is.
to resident podcaster at Tech Alley.
That's
So
it.
tell us about what you're going to be talking about at your talk today.
Well, so we kind of see that the world of blockchain is taking off. We have a supportive government, and we're starting to see action plans put into place for the utility of blockchain. And so, my class, I teach the fundamental principles of blockchain, how blockchain works, how to identify the value in blockchain using first principles, and then how to self custody those assets privately so that there's no third party entities, which is really the ethos of blockchain.
That's
And-
why you got into this in the first place.
It's-
Years and years ago, when you first got involved in blockchain, is
Yeah.
because to protect your own information, to take
Correct.
out the third parties, right?
Yeah, so I just reached a point in life where preserving my value and having control of my value became paramount. And when I started to research all the entities that I was going to give my money to, at blockchain had popped up, and then I realized this had a better potential to protect my money, to preserve its value, and allow me maximum control, right? And so when I started researching that, there was a lot of pitfalls in the discovery process of researching different blockchain networks and how they worked. But I discovered a secret formula. This is a secret formula on how to maneuver your money in a position where it's in your own wallet. It is in offline cold storage where it's ultimately protected. Nobody can take it. It's not controlled by a third party, and you're yielding return on it. You're getting network growth of 200% on average per year, plus actual physical growth of the token that you're holding based off of the work that it's doing.
Mhm.
Because these tokens, they actually are utility to your work. So I basically teach people how to secure their wallets, create the proper backups so that they can get involved in these new arenas.
Yeah,
Like that.
and so they can learn about that if they come down to your talk today.
Yes.
Is there a specific topic for your talk, or is this going to be kind of
It's a first principles approach
Okay.
of evaluating blockchain, because I think that's the very first step in looking at what's happening here. What is Bitcoin? How does it work? Why is it
Mhm.
valuable? And then if that's valuable, how do other things parallel with it to have that value as well? A blockchain, one of the key statements that I make in my class is a blockchain is not a blockchain is not a blockchain. They all function ultimately different on the bottom layer, but they do the same thing on the top. And so it's very easy to see a utility, but not understand that that utility rides on a network that probably isn't very good for us.
okay?
And so I teach people how to identify networks and then basically feed the network that we want to proliferate. And the networks that I teach people to feed are the networks that allow for the most freedoms. Because I believe everybody wants freedom of their money.
Yep.
And so if that's the truth, then we need to start looking at networks from a different lens and say, I want to pick a network that is actually going to support my goals, my desires, my future. And those are the networks that can allow us the most freedoms.
Yep. You talked about we have a supportive government now, more
Yeah.
so than the last administration. What trends are you excited about coming up now that we've got a little more freedom with this?
Yeah, well, what's really interesting is, promises made, promises kept. This is Trump's new statement that he's putting out all the time. And he's already put in an action group. And in the next 100 days, we will see legislation unroll that will start to allow banks to hold and utilize blockchain. And so if you consider how much value banks hold right now, and then them pivoting into blockchain and maybe in assisting others in holding their blockchain, we're looking at a lot of money migrating into the space. And so the potential is great. And if the potential is great because we have a supportive government, the time to get in is now. So we're really going to see these things move forward within the next 100 days. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it is, and things do seem to be moving very, very quickly. So,
Yeah.
lots of deregulation, lots of regulatory changes. I think there's going to be
Even
lots of opportunity coming up.
Yeah, they're even talking about a Bitcoin strategic reserve. And so if you consider the $7 trillion in debt that we have, and then the 30 trillion that we have in gold, If we're going to pivot some of that into blockchain, that could be $1 trillion entry or trillions of dollars entry into the blockchain space, which means for the people that want to seek it out and understand how to work it early, they're going to be the ones to benefit the most.
Yeah, if you're in now before that happens,
That's
it's going to
right.
benefit. If you come in after, it's not necessarily going to be so good for you. So
The way I see it, though, this blockchain migration, moving money out of siloed environments into open global networks, I think this migration might be going on for quite a while. I don't think this is going to be a yearly pump and move. I think the money will start to move in, and it could take up to 20 to 30 years to migrate.
you think there'll be a very active market?
I do.
Yeah.
And it's a growing market, which means even if you don't get in this year, you probably have quite a while to learn about it and get in and really ride that wave as we see it. Just like we rode the cell phone wave or the internet wave. These were growths over time that that were exponential because the entire world used it. And once again, we're seeing something that the entire world is going to start to use.
Yep.
So it's a great opportunity. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity for sure.
Yeah, I'm not as deep into blockchain as you, but I recognized 3 or 4 years ago, now is the time to start learning about it
Sure.
because it's coming and it's gonna become a bigger part of our lives. Whether you like it or not, it's coming. It's going to become a bigger part of our lives. That's just how technology works. That's how the economy works.
Right.
So now is the time to learn. So where should people get started besides coming down to see your talk today? Where should people get started if they can't come down and see your talk today?
Yeah, the research is endless. And so it's very important to understand that this explosion is opening multiple markets. And a lot of blockchain is not going to be utilized as a value. Like a money. Some of it will be used for direct exchange or commerce. And so doing your research is really, really important. You can get pigeonholed into research that puts you into a particular chain with a particular narrative. So starting your research with a first principles approach, I researched 6,000 years of history for money history and finance, all the way back down to the Roman times.
Yep.
To understand where value was and how it's sustained. So I would suggest anybody, hit my website, check out the boot camp at cardanomint.com, and then also start researching the history of money. When you start to understand what has been valuable in human history over 6,000 years, it starts to decloud what Bitcoin really represents and why other chains won't usurp it. And so once you start to understand that, you get a lot more confident in the game, and then you get to prove it every year. If you're making money every year and you're not losing, you've made the right decisions. I've been doing this for 10 years now,
Yeah.
and I've never lost money. I've always grown year after year over time. And that's because I choose my assets based off of a certain criteria, and that's the criteria we teach in our boot camp. So start your research, search the history of money. That would be the best way to enter the blockchain spaces with that kind of a background.
Yeah, once you understand how money and value really works, it kind of
Absolutely.
changes your view on life in general, not just on
Yeah,
money, right?
Yeah. One of the key questions I always like to ask people is, what do you want, money, or do you want the power to purchase something? And when you start to delineate between those two, it kind of opens up the understanding a little
Yeah,
bit.
definitely a difference. So like any investment, understand what your goals are, right?
right.
And like where you're going to put your money or your time or your energy, understand what your goals are, and then make smart choices on where you put things.
That's it, bud. You got
All
it.
right.
Well, yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us today. Yeah,
man,
we'll
I
come on
appreciate it.
by. So
All right, we'll do. Thanks, guys. We'll see you
all
later.
right. Okay, I think it's here. So we are coming up on lunch. Oh, here comes Dave. I'm ready. Send somebody over. Do you want to jump in? Okay, I'm going to jump out. Make a switch.
Did I totally mess up your lunch? If I did, we'll make it up. We'll make it up. Welcome. So we are absolutely live, but we're also, I'm going to put this down if you don't mind.
Sorry.
Yep. And then we'll actually cut some of this up too afterwards, so you'll have some content. Now, welcome.
Hi.
How's everything going?
Doing
We
good.
met, when did we meet? Like a month and a half ago?
Yes.
Was it this year? At the very beginning of this year?
I think last year, December.
The end of last year. Oh, yeah, you're right. Very cool. And then I found out that you guys come to Tech Alley because you do a lot of stuff in the tech space. So what is today's session about today? And tell everybody about you, who you are, what you're excited about,
Okay.
all of it.
My name is Abigail Otero. I'm a user experience designer, and I help to host the UX meetup
group that happens at 1:15 in Suite 150. Today, I am teaching about UX audits. So what that is basically how do you make sure that your product or website is user friendly? And I'll be going over 10 different user experience principles, and basically go through a checklist of like, here are different things that you can do to optimize your website to make sure it's user friendly. And it's a workshop, so it's not just me talking, but it's you engaging with others and kind of looking through and making sure that you have your website or app user friendly.
I love it. It's so important, user experience. And I made the joke about this earlier, right? Because I'm learning editing right now. I'm learning editing in DaVinci Resolve, and it's because for my podcast, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to like outsource, but like get totally ripped off. Like I want to know the basics of it.
Yeah.
And the stuff that I'm going through, like I don't want AI to scrape all the video content that I'm doing. So I'm like literally going through, listening to and clipping out the things that I think are going to be most important in this first round. But I'm also learning. One of my biggest pet peeves on any app that has anything to do with editing, I'll use like Canva, all these different examples, is some things you have to save and some things auto save. And it's like, that's, to me, that's one of the biggest things, because I'll like, well, I had to save it in the other part that I was working in. Now I can't find the save, and it's like, is it saving?
Right.
I don't know.
How do I know if it's saved or not?
How do I know if it's saved or not? And then I just sit there and I start to like rabbit trail and go through this whole thing. And then I'm like, you probably shouldn't be doing this anyways. And like, I know that in some cases, not all, right? For entrepreneurs, any little hiccup or challenge can really start to present more problems. So how did you get into UX, and how important is it to have a really clean user experience?
Yeah, I got into UX from my husband, Justin. He's a software engineer, and he told me.
Right there.
Yeah, I'm looking at him.
Just kidding.
But I learned about UX through him. He's a software engineer, and I come from a traditional graphic design background, and I was making, kind of minimum wage in a print shop. And he was like, you can make a lot more money in UX design. And I was like, what was that? And I learned about it's more scientific, it's more psychological. So there's a lot more that goes into user experience. It's not just how beautiful your website is, but how it functions, and how easy it is to use.
Yeah.
So I think that I use user experience not in just at work, but also in life. So perfect example, I use AI to tell me, hey, here are the ingredients in my that I have in my fridge. What are the different dishes that I can make?
I've never thought of that. It's a great prompt.
Yeah, and so I optimize my life using user experience principles by finding shortcuts or repeatable patterns. So I think that's something that I do every day as a UX designer, but then I start to implement it into like my everyday life.
Well, and then I feel like there's a balance, right? Because there's a function is very important. So function over fashion is what I say sometimes. Like it could look really cool, but does it serve the function? And this happens a lot. There's a good friend of mine. I do a lot of stuff in the military space, right? He has an online store for online military products. Originally, when he was like, all right, check out the website, I'm like, I go through it, and the first button was enter supply. And I'm like,
what does that mean?
I was like, what does that mean, bro? And he goes, oh, like when we went to supply in the military to get all of our stuff. And I'm like, I was in the military and I don't get it. And if I don't get it, I'm afraid to click on it. And if I'm afraid to click on it, most people won't click on it.
Right.
And at first he was kind of like, but they should just get it. And I'm like, but they just won't.
Right.
So it's almost like there's a time to be cute. There's a time to be clever, but there's also a time to be very clear and like create results and convert. Right. So, is there any example of like really bad UX that you've seen in the past, or something that like could, or like a very, something that people overthink, something that you see to be a common problem that people do?
Yeah. One thing I can think about is call to actions or your buttons on your marketing website. Our first inclination is to write a hook that's clever, like make people think. But like you said, when people are clicking their CTAs, you're like, well, what is this actually going to do? So instead of like learn more, what am I going to learn about? Learn more about the program. Being more specific on what that button is going to lead you to is a better user experience, because then you can convert them. Oh, if I click this button, this is exactly what I'm going to do next in the next step.
I love it. Yeah, it is. So it's like that visual, like audible, anything that's going to be very clear as to what to experience. It's like I feel like we've went from that age where people had to be kind of cryptic, and it was almost like, let's just get you to the event, and then when you get to the event, we're going to sell you from the stage, right? And I feel like a lot of people in the maybe it's a generational thing. People have assumed that that's kind of the way that you nurture those conversations digitally, but now it's like, and then you see some stuff that when you look at their metrics and see the people that really convert, it's like, hey, are you an independent restaurant owner that's struggling with X, Y, and Z?
Right.
Click on this button right here and
Make
learn
it
more about
super
the thing. Yeah, it's like right here, this button right here, push it,
So,
and here's what's going to happen when you push it.
right. Another thing that I'd like to mention is the positioning of your buttons. So one thing that I learned is that in marketing, you typically have your hero image on the right-hand side. You have your copy, like your main headline, your sub-headline, and then like a call to action. And it's usually on the left-hand side. And I learned that you can convert a lot more people by keeping your buttons left aligned, so that the expectation, I think it's just most of marketing websites have their buttons already positioned in a certain place, so that you can optimize it by just keeping it left hand rather than, I don't know, hiding it behind a drop down or something.
So you're saying the hook starts to the top right, and then we start to centralize to the middle to explain more, and then left is where like action happens. It's interesting that you bring that up, because when I said the whole restaurant thing, one of the clients that I work with is very much a restaurant consultant, right? We have 185 people now in our mastermind, and it's global, but it's only independent restaurant owners. He does a lot of menu review, and when you look at a menu design, you need to put your most compelling items to the top right hand corner. So the eyes naturally go top right first, and they work their way back, which if you looked at just the way that we read left to right. So it's a common misconception. I would think that most people get that wrong. And that's the other part too, is like, he says, like, when people try to get really cute and clever with what to name their buttons, he was like, if you look at Domino's, I don't know if I could say that on the thing, but if you look at Domino's, like Domino's says, start your order now.
Right.
And they've probably spent millions of dollars trying to figure out what worked and what didn't. So when you look at heat map, now that's the very surface level stuff. What are some of the really harder to explain things? In my mind, I'm thinking like heat maps of like, what are some of the things that you look at and consider when you're reviewing somebody's site or helping design somebody's site, that might be a little bit more nerdy or like behind the curtain that most people probably don't think about.
Yeah.
Not that you're a nerd, by the way.
One thing that I can think about more immediately is your error states, or your how do you help people recover from errors, like something that they didn't mean to do.
Okay.
And I'll cover that in our UX audit in the next session.
Command Z.
Yeah, Command Z is one of the-
Z.
Yeah, so like, for example, if you're trying to purchase something and then you get to the end and you are reviewing your order before you actually purchase, one of the things is having an edit button, right? Like, oh, I need to order a different size, or I accidentally, clicked 2 of them and I only want 1.
Yeah.
So how do you make sure that the user is able to edit before they complete a transaction?
Yeah.
Is something that I look for, but that's just one example. It's throughout your system. There's the happy path and there's the non-happy path, and most of the time people are thinking about like, how do you get from A to B, rather than like, okay, what happens if they
on
made
the
a
way.
mistake?
Yeah, they may. That's a really good point. Now, here's a fun question. It's a little bit more technical. I have 2 phones. That is fun, and it is so, but it's leading to the question. I have 2 phones. I have Android and Apple. It started with one of the clients I work with. He lives and dies by Apple. I have lived and died by Android. Nobody's right. Nobody's wrong. But it's actually come in handy, because now as we do some funnel testing and systems, like I can see what it looks like from Android, see what it looks like from Apple. How important is that these days? Do you feel like that's starting to happen pretty common across Android and Apple? Is there a distinct difference in the user experience from different platforms like that?
That's a good question. I'm an Apple user myself. I don't think I've even touched an Android.
You want to hold it? The camera's really great. I'm just kidding.
But I think to answer that, it's a little bit of a cop out, but UX design is universal. It doesn't matter what platform that you're on, but it's really about like the principles that you have of is it clear and concise? Is it aesthetically pleasing? And I don't think that it translates into Apple or Android, but when you look at these principles of UX, it's really universal, no matter what system that you're using.
I love that. I love that. Any piece of advice that you would give? For today's session, what can people expect for anybody that's maybe on their way, or for anybody that would want to see this again? Like, what can people expect in today's workshop?
Okay, so it's geared towards more so people who have a business or a startup, or they're interested in learning more about UX design. Today is about UX audits, and what that is a checklist of 10 different principles that you can use to say, hey, is my app or website user friendly? So I'll teach you about those 10 different principles, and then we'll do an exercise on doing an audit on your website to see if there's any usability issues, and then kind of make recommendations to make your app a lot more user friendly. So we'll be partnering designers with non-designers and kind of running through that exercise.
If you need an industry plant to go in there and just mix it all up and like really like ruffle feathers in there, Jason is your guy. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, right. No, that's great. I love it. Do you also do this workshop outside of the Tech Alley setting? Where can people find you? Where can people connect and learn more about what you're working on?
Yeah, I do contract work, and if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, my LinkedIn is actually, I don't know since I just got married, but it should be Abigail-Cariaso-Otero. So Abigail, Abegail Cariaso is Cariaso-Otero is Otero.
I love it. Perfect. Well, I'm going to sneak you guys to the front of the line because I totally pulled you right when you got in the front of the line. And I don't want you to have to go to the back and then wait to eat and then rush over. So very cool. Thank you so much for coming aboard. And hopefully you have a great workshop.
Appreciate it.
I love it.
Thank you.
All right. You got somebody, Jason? No. Oh, we got him right here. Can you do me a favor? Can you just politely walk them to the front so they don't look like they're cutting? She's got to get over for her thing. I didn't want to throw them to the wolves and be like, why are these kids cutting? You guys are good? You sure? All right. Thank you so much. What's up, my friend? How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
So good. Remind me your name.
I'm Jeff. Jeff Ford.
Have we met?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's my
Jeff
first
Ford.
time.
I
Yeah,
love it.
it's my
It's your first time to Tech Alley. What do you think so far?
Oh, I think it's great. It's a great place to network. It's a great place to learn about other people's interests and ideas.
For the sake of what we just talked about, user experience, how did you find Tech Alley? How did you figure out about what was going on here?
It's actually a really interesting story, and I'm sure it's not like anybody else's, but I come from the East Coast. Yeah, let me get
No,
a
you're
little
good.
closer.
You're good.
I come from the East Coast, where my dad is a physician there.
Okay.
One of his patients is dating the economic development officer
cool.
of Henderson, Elizabeth
Thanks.
Lopez. So I reached out to her and I was just like, hey, I'm in the tech space. I was wondering if you know of anything around.
That's
and
awesome.
She pointed me towards this.
That's awesome.
So,
Very
yeah.
cool. So you're here in Vegas now, or you live here?
I live here. In
How long have you
Henderson.
lived here?
I've lived here about 7 months now.
Okay. Very cool. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. So welcome to Tech Alley. What are you speaking today, or you just got something going on in the community? What are you excited about? What are you working on?
So I'm a co-founder for a startup.
Okay.
And I was like, this is a great place. It's a startup-centric event. I was hoping to, maybe find some profiles that would fit our founding office. We're looking for a CTO currently.
Cool.
We're looking for investments. We're early stage. We have customers. We have an MVP.
Sure.
So I was just excited to learn more about the people who are attending this event.
Love it.
try to find some investors. Yeah.
Love it. What's can you talk about the platform or the product service?
Yeah, absolutely. We're called Ace AI. We curate data sets for agentic AI companies.
Okay.
Right now, our focus is on coding agents specifically. So some that are very popular would be like Codium. They're a target of ours. Cursor, we're targeting them. And we have a customer with as ellipsis. So,
Okay,
yeah.
nice. So for anyone that may not be familiar with those specific organizations or things, what's the premise or the basic? How does it pertain to like the ultimate end user? What does it do?
Okay, so that's a great question. Well, in AI, there's a bottleneck. It's a data bottleneck.
Okay.
Most top researchers in the field right now, they recognize that the limitation is not on how good the algorithm is, how good the math behind it is, the statistics, or whatever they're training it with, usually gradients, but the bottleneck is data. So in order to increase the ability of AI, specifically agentic AI, they have to tune a model. They have to tune it to their specific needs. So with targeting a coding agent, we would be providing coding data that would help software developers, engineers, mid-level, entry-level, do their jobs more efficiently, more accurately. And so that is how our data directly affects the market. This is high quality data. It's curated data sets that companies come to us. They enter it into an API, which tells us exactly what they're looking for, and we produce that data for them.
Okay, so yours is more of that's going to be more of a B2B.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
gotcha. And then when you talk about customers, you already have them. How long have you been doing this? What was the acquisition? What was the research and everything that you guys put into this to get up and get going? Not just get going, but start getting customers.
Yeah, so the CEO founded it, and he kind of found me a little bit later, and he just thought that I had this really great idea for the product. He had already been researching it and all of this, and I would say Ace started for about 6 months before I joined on. And this idea of the product came from what we've already seen in the market. So if you look to Scale AI, which is one of the bigger people solving this problem right now, they target specifically big labs.
Okay.
Like OpenAI, they have government contracts.
Yeah.
They have data that they provide to Grok, which is XAI. And I mean, I don't want to get too in depth into what they provide.
Sure.
But, so we know that there's a need in this space. It's honestly the research behind it is just paying attention to what the top researchers are saying. Like the researchers at Meta found like a pioneer of the field, Jan LeCun. He is I think he's the head of AI at Meta.
Mm-hmm.
He backs that the biggest problem is data.
Gotcha.
So that's
Love it.
where the research aspect of it comes from. And it's really about serving our customers.
Yeah, it's good.
So we understand that what we're in is it's like we're basically mining people's information.
Sure.
The best way to put it is our platform distills their knowledge and their expertise to be able to translate that into real AI use.
Gotcha.
AI doesn't create, it learns.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at with that.
So this is just a fun AI conversation. I saw this video and it was like a whole loop. Do you feel like we created AI or we discovered it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's more interesting to say we discovered it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's math.
Yeah,
Math is
exactly.
the underlying principle to everything.
Yeah.
I have a physics background, so
Gotcha.
to me it's like it's even more than like the math, it's foundational, right?
Yeah.
Like it's always existed. It's our knowledge.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of iteration. It's a matter of creating over and over and over, training over and over and over, and then it just learns.
The one I saw said exactly the same thing. It's like it's a frequency that we've discovered because we've had the intelligence to get to it.
Yeah.
It's same as Wi-Fi, all that stuff. Like we didn't create Wi-Fi, we just
Yeah, it
were
already
able to tap
exists.
into it. Yeah. So, is this your first? Is this your first startup?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So what did you do before this? And then what was that transition like for you?
I actually worked with Scales Data Company, Outlier. And from working on that platform as a expert physics trainer, so I was just training, basically improving an AI's ability to solve physics problems, higher level physics problems, grad level and above
Sure.
physics problems, statistical mechanics. And so I recognized that there were a lot of things I wanted to change about AI. I think I was listening to a book, and I can't remember who wrote it, unfortunately, but they said rather than focusing on problems or like identifying problems in a company and doing nothing about it, the best way to add value to a company is how do you solve those problems?
Yeah.
And so when the CEO found me, that was what he identified about me, was that I have these solutions to
Yeah.
these problems,
Yeah.
and they're just, basically free. Like, it's not like I'm telling
Yeah.
anybody, hey, pay me this for these ideas.
Yeah.
And so I was in, to answer your question, I was already starting to be in the AI space this past couple years, and just fell into my lap, I would say.
I love that. And then, is that what brought you here to Vegas?
Typical love story. A girl brought me to Vegas.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all familiar with the love stories. That's amazing. Now, so here's the question then. Where is the company based from here or no? Are you remote?
I'm remote. The
Okay.
company is we're all remote.
Sure.
So the CEO, he attended a tech accelerator plug and play, which is in Palo Alto, San Francisco
Okay.
area. And what he accomplished there was gaining a network in Silicon Valley.
Cool. Yeah.
So we have a very diverse network in that area. The majority of our work will be remote.
Cool.
So the way that the platform works is we bring on experts from, right now specifically software, but we want to expand this into all enterprises, the medical industry, insurance industry, hardware industry, like looking at fighter jets and that kind of thing that are starting to employ AI. And so it's really valuable to not limit yourself to one area, I think. However, what excites me about Vegas is that it's a growing tech, like a growing tech.
Yeah.
It's becoming, we're getting a Google, we're getting NVIDIA
Yep.
here. So it's
Yep.
like everything is really growing to be like, hey,
Yeah.
we're not just casinos, we're tech too.
Well, and to that point, the casinos do have a lot of tech. It's just
Oh,
a
yeah.
different kind of tech.
different,
The
yeah.
reason why I ask, it's a little bit of a loaded question because we're always trying to explore ways that this is going to benefit or help the community evolve.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact, Jason and I both work with an organization called Vets in Tech.
Okay.
That's based out of Silicon Valley, but we have remote people everywhere. We're always looking for companies that are going to be looking for coding and software talent, but we have a large pool of veterans who have went through various certifications to plug in and,
Oh, yeah.
and connect the dots with that. So maybe an opportunity to connect beyond
Absolutely. That would
beyond
be
this
great.
meeting here.
That would be great.
I love
We were just looking at, maybe you're familiar with it, SkillBridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
So SkillBridge, unfortunately, for SkillBridge, you have to be a company for 3 years.
Yeah.
So we were very interested in that program.
Just stay
Yeah.
tight on that because they may change that
Okay.
as the needs of the military change. Again, I can't commit to that,
Yeah.
now, but that may be something. As long as you guys are plugged into that, then yeah, there's definitely ways we can connect.
Yeah,
Where can people learn more about you or the organization or find more details?
Well, I'm on LinkedIn at Jeffrey F. or Jeffrey Ford if you want to find me by search. Or you can look up the company on LinkedIn, Ace AI. We also have a website, aceaicompany.com.
And that's ACE.
Yeah, ACEAI company.com.
Perfect. I love it, man.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
having you on
Appreciate
today.
you. Thank you.
Did you eat?
I did, but I'll eat later.
Huh?
I'll eat later.
I don't.
I got one.
You need to put like a little QR code right here on the computer and just be like, just zap
We
that guy
should.
right there.
That's actually something very smart to think about, or something that we can put here. I don't know, something.
You got somebody or no?
I don't know. I don't know if we got anybody coming, but we
we can
kind of
wrap.
didn't get to finish our chat earlier, so so many things going on.
I ran off and gave a tour.
What'd you
Met
give a
some cool
tour
people.
of?
Well, Casey had never been to Tech Alley.
Oh, okay.
So I just showed her,
Showed
kinda
her what was
everything
going on, yeah, how it all works.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, if you've never been to Tech Alley, you should definitely come down. If you're in Las Vegas, come down to the corner of Charleston and Main. We're centered around Taverna Costera. They're serving lunch right now. It is free lunch for everyone who's attending Tech Alley.
Yep.
If you're not attending Tech Alley, it is not free for you. You are on your own.
Yeah.
However, it's very easy to show up and come and attend Tech Alley for free
Yep.
and get your free lunch at Taverna Costera. It smells delicious. It
Yeah.
looks great. I'll try to jump in on that later.
Yep.
Yeah, so many things going on. You're speaking at an event coming up
On
Tuesday,
Tuesday,
right?
yep. Mhm.
Tell us about that.
So it's a newer group. It's called Nevada Entrepreneurs. I've been to one of their events in the past. They brought in some speakers from, I want to say, Denver or Utah or someone. Really great content. They brought some great value. They have a couple sponsors that come and share what they're working on as well.
Yep.
That was at Horse Trailer Hideout, also down here in the Arts District. So
Which is a great place. Not somewhere you think about giving a speech at.
yeah, it was actually out on the back. It was a little cold, but it was nice. So this one is going to be, I have to look at the name of the place because I've never been. But it's a rooftop in Deep Hendo, like downtown Water Street Hendo. Henderson, for those
Yeah,
of
it's
you that don't
a
live here.
rooftop bar. Water Street is like almost to Arizona.
Yeah.
Not quite, but it is definitely kind of the far reaches of civilization here in the valley. And then there's a little gap before you get to Boulder City, which is a beautiful part of Nevada, but a little far from where the rest of us are.
It looks like he might be coming to talk about it.
Oh, cool.
But it is at Street Burger in Henderson on Tuesday the 18th from 6 to 9.
Sounds fantastic.
And I'll be talking just a little bit about some of the different veteran entrepreneur organizations that are out there, and then my take on veteran transition and expansion.
Okay,
It's
yeah, that's what I was going to
yeah.
ask is what are you going to be talking about?
It's
So-
evolved. It's evolved from when I did the original TEDx talk back in 2014. Back then, the term veteran entrepreneurship wasn't even really a thing yet.
wasn't something people talked about. It was
Yeah.
and I know I harp on this a lot, but the challenge with veteran entrepreneurship is we're in the military,
Yeah.
and no one in the military can give us any career advice on anything outside of the military, let alone entrepreneurship. There are some folks who are on active duty who have businesses, but they're more side hustle things. Hang on a second.
Uh-oh.
Just want to make sure that that's not going to fall off. We might need to set up an umbrella right there if we can to try to keep sunlight off the gear, but we'll see how we do. It's
Gotcha.
still pretty cool. So it's one of the challenges in Vegas. It's not that warm, but the sun is pretty powerful, and
Yeah,
gear
absolutely.
overheats really quickly in the sun.
Very true.
But
Yeah, the evolution of veterans and transitioning, expanding into their new roles, it's changed. The constant thing that I keep seeing, and again, it's always that it's not that these conversations aren't important, but the root of the real truth here is that not every veteran is homeless. Not every veteran is suicidal. Not every veteran needs a job, and this is a really hard one for people to swallow. Not every veteran has been to combat.
yeah,
And there's a different, like, we still have skill sets and things that we can offer and provide, but sometimes it just feels like the response to veterans can the general consensus can be like, is everything okay? And it's it's fine.
there's a perception of what a veteran is,
Exactly.
and veterans are not a monolith, right?
Exactly. Yep. So really trying to just help people break that mindset, and once we break the mindset, then we can increase the skill set. Then we go into mastery, and it's just how do we really make a positive dent. Vegas is a great community for veterans and people that are on that post-traumatic growth side of the conversation. So just making sure that we shine a bigger spotlight on that.
Very cool. So let's see. You're doing that on Tuesday. You want to fill us in on what's going on with Pursue Vegas?
Pursue
The
Vegas?
the Pursue Vegas podcast.
Pursue Vegas podcast is alive and well. We are starting to roll out all of the audio is up on the normal places where you find audio podcasts. You've got Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and then beyond that, you also have. We're going to start rolling out the YouTube channel very much in the next week. A lot of our stuff was shot season 1. A little bit towards the end of last year, and then we've already been rolling season 2. Some phenomenal people that we've had come on the show. Comedian Haley Brooks was on the other day. We had Tim, the Las Vegas key guy, which I just do a little shameless plug for that dude. You got these cool little keys here, and his whole idea is what is it? The key is in VIP, right? Really treating people like a higher level. A higher level of loyalty and trust.
These are like missile silo keys.
Yeah, so it's really cool. It's got a, what is it called, NFC or whatever in it. So this is an activated key, but I can literally go, and some of the places are insane, like 8 Cigar Lounge. I can go to 8 Cigar Lounge, put this on the counter, slide it forward like John Wick style, and their whole team is trained to know how to behave and treat me a little bit differently. Like, hey, right this way,
and you don't even have to assassinate anyone.
Yeah, don't have to kill anyone. And I get literally every time I get a free. I don't drink, but I get a free old fashioned, smoked old fashioned, like their signature item. But some of the places, like some of the
if you can take those to go,
yeah, right.
Send it to your boy.
Some of the steakhouses downtown, it's like I'll get a special champagne. And then a private tour of the kitchen with the chef.
Oh,
like
nice.
little cool things like that. So we had Tim on the show. That'll be airing pretty soon. So we're just really excited to see different people from the community. We got to get you on the show as well.
I'm ready. You tell me where and when. I know where to show up, but tell me when to show up. Do you want to talk about the where? You're pretty involved with the where right now.
The what?
The where you're doing these.
Oh yeah, the where. I was like, the where? What is that? Did I sign up for something I don't know about? The Where is the video podcast studio. It's over in Henderson. It's 418 paces from Trader Joe's, right there on Sunset. But it's at the corner of Green Valley and Sunset. Trevin has put together an incredible podcast studio. Right now, there's 3 active rooms that we can use. A couple 2-seaters, a couple tabletops, and then there's one room that's kind of in design right now. But phenomenal equipment, state-of-the-art, editing, all of that stuff. And you could really walk in and just get a lot of stuff recorded. We've shot probably 15 episodes over there so far. And that stuff will start rolling out, but just beautiful podcast. Looking for great people in the community, and we're looking at creating some community-based shows to bring in some different people throughout that network.
So who are you looking for, or who should be... If someone's thinking about, I want to start a podcast, what should they be thinking about so they can come talk to you?
Yeah. So for us, one of the things that we have really been heavy on teaching people is that it's not like this studio specifically is very much designed for people that not necessarily B2C, but B to B2C. So for the people that are really trying to build stronger business to business relationships with vendors or partners that serve the clients that they are ultimately trying to serve, that's really the best idea for a podcast relationship. That way you're never, I don't want to say never, you're not just going to interview the person that might ultimately buy your thing. You want that partner that also serves those clients. So the typical one that comes up a lot is real estate. So for realtors, or really a good one is like mortgage lenders, that generally they get a lot of their referrals from real estate agents. So why not edify and build up real estate agents?
Absolutely,
and have
right?
them come on their show.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Keep talking. You keep doing it.
So the interesting thing there is a lot of people don't really understand. A lot of people hear podcasts and they enjoy them, and it's not that everyone has to be as strategic as we are, but this definitely isn't a free podcast. And it is while it is a state-of-the-art studio, it is more affordable than a lot of studios out there. But because it generally does come with a higher price tag than most. They want to make sure that they have people on there that do have a budget for marketing and ways to amplify it.
I want to try to get an umbrella for that gear. I'm watching the sun move over. It's moving over much. I'm less concerned about that one than I am the internet router.
Oh yeah,
That's the one I'm really that and the camera are the ones I'm really concerned about. Everything else should be fine. But so this is Nerd Tech Talk Overheating Gear Edition. No, they're gonna see if they can find us an umbrella. So we can just get it over here and get some shade on this stuff.
sweet.
So Video Podcast Studio is doing great. We're looking
Yep.
for folks to get into the
B2B2C,
studios
yep.
there, create some local shows, create
Yep.
some synergies, create some conversations, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Freedom Week is coming up.
Freedom Week is coming up.
Coming up fast.
We're pretty heavy on that, so mark your calendars.
July
right?
will be here before you know it.
July 7th through the 13th, right? Yeah. The week after 4th of July has now been officially deemed, not officially proclaimed, but it has been unofficially proclaimed as Freedom Week, which we should probably get on that proclamation process.
It's probably about time,
Probably
to be
wouldn't hurt.
honest. Let me
And then that's going to be a series of veteran entrepreneur events. There's a few things that happen already, like the office hours over at the Leatherneck Club on Tuesdays. That'll be a staple. We're also going to look at hosting a VetCap event. VetCap was a really good event last year. It was 5 or 6 panelists that talked about different ways that veterans can get funding in the world of startups. So bootstrapping, traditional business loans, crowdfunding. What was the other ones? Venture capital.
Yeah.
Yeah. So really great opportunity for that. We got to get that date
Earned
on the
revenue.
calendar. Yeah,
Yeah,
earned
those kinds
revenue.
of things.
Yeah. For me, the best capital is always revenue.
Yeah.
But it's not
revenue
not always that
cures
for
everything.
everybody.
But yeah, getting sponsored revenue or targeted revenue from someone who might be a great customer from you,
Yep.
and they have faith in you early is a great thing.
True.
So, yeah, lots of great stuff coming up with Freedom Week. We had a blast last year. Yep, that's great. We had a blast last year. I hope we can do more of that kind of stuff. I hope we can do some live streaming from some of the events. I don't want to get too deep into it, but I'm hoping we can get a pitch event going that week.
Yeah. Yeah.
So a veteran entrepreneur pitch event.
I think we'll be in a much better position to do something like that this year, especially with a little bit more time.
Yep.
So
I didn't know. I didn't know if he was going to come ask us about an umbrella.
yeah.
So I hope we can get an umbrella. Yeah. So yeah, I'm hoping we can get. I don't want to get too deep into that, but I'm hoping we can get an event like that
Have
going.
an idea. Keep talking.
Okay. So yeah, lots of great stuff coming up with Freedom Week. Nope. That'll block the signal. That's why it's where it is. It's got to be up a little higher for the Wi-Fi signal. That's why I moved it, because it was being blocked by the soundboard, and the signal wasn't getting through. So, here we go. Now we got an umbrella coming. See if I can.
Well, he was trying to figure out where to put it on.
Thank you so much. You're right. Be good.
This is my go-to guy right here. You know?
Thank you so much.
That work?
Yeah, go ahead and sit down.
I think we're good on. Yeah.
There we go. So we're blocking our light.
I think it still looks okay. Camera wise.
I think we're going to be okay like that. Take a quick look. Thanks everybody for your patience. This is what doing a live podcast outside is like. Let me take a quick look. Let me take a quick look here. Yeah, lighting is freaking fantastic. So lighting's great. We got shade where we want shade. We got light where we want light. I'd say we are fully successful.
We did
So,
it.
and then we're just gonna have to keep shifting that umbrella this way as the day goes on. So,
We'll see what it does.
because we'll see. We might be all right. But certainly no trouble to shift the umbrella as we move. But now we have an idea for next month if we're back in the same location. So, yeah. So, what else? So Freedom Week, which is I don't know. Did you get into that's what's kicking us off, getting ready for GEW in November?
Yeah, well, more so, yeah. So the idea of Freedom Week was really to catalyze and start the conversation for Global Entrepreneurship Week, which is later in November. So I think this year there's a lot of things going on globally for that. The Global Entrepreneurship Congress, which normally happens in a different country, is back in the United States for the first time ever this year. It's going to be in June in Indianapolis. So in so many ways, we have a lot of the ingredients to really kickstart the conversation around entrepreneurship in a way that it has not been kickstarted in years past. So I'm excited.
What would you like that conversation to be? What do you feel like the things we need to talk about to get this conversation kickstarted, especially in Vegas, are?
Yeah, well, for me, it's the engagement piece, right? I think there's a lot of people that don't fully understand what that global entrepreneurship it does have the reach of the global conversation, but it's also not just the tech startup scene. There's a lot of different categories that pertain to entrepreneurship as a whole. The thing that we did last year that I think really helped is by identifying the archetypes of entrepreneurship. There's your military and veteran entrepreneurs. There's your maker entrepreneurs that build things. There's encore entrepreneurs, which are generally seasoned entrepreneurs that live their life. They probably retired from working for the man, and now they've went on to begin entrepreneurship in their golden years. So there's so many different segments and audiences of entrepreneurship. What I'd love to see this year is getting a champion in each one of those areas.
Because we had a
that
couple
can
last
catalyze
year.
a lot.
We had a couple last year. So we do we have all our community leads set up for this year already?
Yeah, and that's the next step is really setting up the next conversation, a roundtable discussion to establish who all of the key people are. But also to do more or less an after-action review of what went well last year, what we could do better this year, and how we could really take it to that next level.
Yep. So last year I know we had a veteran archetype lead.
Yep.
I know we
did.
had Latino. We had
Yep.
that one.
Yep.
So what are some of the other archetypes, and what are we going to be looking for in the Vegas area
Yeah.
this year?
Asian entrepreneurs. Another really big critical one is the chambers of commerce. So really getting somebody from each one of the chambers to really understand how powerful Global Entrepreneurship Week can be. And it kind of starts that top-down approach. If one person from each of the chambers really puts that out to not only host something for that chamber of commerce, but let all of the people within that chamber know the resources that are available, that would be incredible.
And not just the resources available, but they are not just welcome to, but encouraged to host their own events during Global Entrepreneurship Week.
Absolutely. And that's the thing is we want to remove as many barriers as possible to allow people to participate.
Yep.
This isn't this isn't a everyone has to go spend a lot of money to host an event. We try to encourage people to bootstrap, and we try to find all the venues that will remove those barriers.
Right, and we are able to. We had quite a few venues this past year who were more than willing to host events for free.
Yeah.
We had a co-working space that, I mean, they basically opened their doors for the entire week for
Yep.
anyone who wanted to do an event there. We had a bunch of other venues who were like, yeah, come on in, we'd love to have you. So
Yep.
so we try to help with that early, to let people know, yes, there are venues, and all you got to
Yeah.
do is reach out to us, and we'll connect you, and you can get your event going for free at a venue.
So yeah, I think the just thinking out loud, the simple thing is you and I will set up that roundtable for the Veteran Entrepreneur Network and Circle
Yep.
to talk about to talk about Freedom Week. But subsequently, like right after that, we need to be hosting a roundtable event for the greater Global Entrepreneurship Network. And just I would love to see the rhythm of a monthly thing. And there's no reason why we can't dig up a corner here at Tech Alley and just make that a recurring part of Tech Alley. That we haven't done that in the past, but I think that might be
It's probably
the
something we
solution
need
make
to
it
do.
happen.
Probably talk to Josh about having just like Caleb has his talk in the courtyard here.
Yep.
That's probably something we need to do to have a GEW
We have the
/ Vets
technology.
in Tech
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about Vets in Tech. It's been a little while since we've talked about what's going on with that.
Yeah.
So what is going on with Vets in Tech?
They've got a handful of I don't have the calendar with me right now. That's something we will have to come back to because I know
There are a lot of
they added a lot
tech
of
events.
national events.
Yeah, a lot of
that
online
I'm a
tech
little
events.
out of the loop on because I've just been grinding right here. But the Essence to Vets in Tech, they continue their mission to help veterans and their spouses get more tech and coding certifications. So always looking for great partners on that. So would love to get connected to anyone that not only hires veterans but knows why it's powerful to hire veterans. So we can connect those dots for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Just making sure. Yeah, our video quality is looking good. So
I think so. The glare is coming into my head now.
Yeah.
It's all good.
that's okay. We're gonna shift it. Actually, I'm gonna do it now because I can see that line. Of sun. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Buy us a few minutes.
Gets us a couple.
So, all right. Second round of talks coming up. Go ahead and pull that sheet out. Tell us what the second round of talks
Second
coming up
round. Who do we got? It looks like we do have. Oh, we have the user experience product design that's going on over in Suite 150.
Well, that's who you just
Yep,
had on,
Abigail,
right?
yeah, Abigail's
Abigail.
on here.
So,
Then we have demo time. So Josh Stacy is going to be taking care of that over in the theater.
demo time is one of my favorites.
Yep. And then we've got Las Vegas drones over in Suite 145.
Victory. Yep.
Social media marketing. That's great. That'll be a good one.
Yep.
Filling in for Jackson in Suite 155. And then we do have the Las Vegas Python meetup with Adam Englander.
Yeah.
So that's going to be going on. It doesn't say which room. But
That's
it's in one of
okay.
those
Come on
rooms.
down. You can find us. We're outside. We're easy to find now.
Yeah.
Today,
Right.
I really like this location. How
I do too. Yeah.
I think this is going to be really great for us. I think this is as much as I liked the view behind us with the strip when we did the roof deck.
Yeah.
This is, I think, a little
It
easier.
gets a little shoddy up there. It's hard, and then some people don't know where it's at. So
It's,
we've removed all the friction.
I think we have removed almost a ton of almost all of the friction because people basically have to walk right by us for lunch.
Yep.
So, and they have to stand here during announcements and networking in the morning and watch us doing what we're doing. So,
Yep. Which I'm gonna just put my I'm gonna put the podcast studio hat on for a second.
yeah.
This is something that is really coming to be a lot more apparent. I'm gonna use this example because it's fun. Over at the Uncommons, they've got the new kiln coming. I want to take
Yep.
the tour over there, but it's funny because somebody from our group said, "Oh, they're gonna have a podcast studio and all that." Last year, probably a year and a half ago, we were over there for the opening of the assembly.
Yep.
And we were talking to the developer of all of Uncommons and the GM for the whole property. And I was like, what are you excited about? They went on and on and on and on about all the things they were excited about. And I just go, well, where's the podcast studio going to go? And it was just like this, oh my gosh, we didn't even think of that. Now there's going to be a podcast studio. This is something that's going to be pretty common across the valley over the next couple of years. My prediction is there's going to be podcast studios at apartment complexes. There already are at some.
There are.
But it's going to be as common as an amenity as a gym or a pool. People like it's worth it for people for apartment complexes to make that a viable amenity for a lot of these content creators and people that are going to be coming through. You remove all the barriers to them going out and having to go all the way through another studio and stuff like that. Like this, if this were like encased in, like we could be on a show right now and people would be walking by wondering what's going on. It creates that sort of cool, compelling, what's going on here feature. And I think that brings that brings just a totally different network of new clientele, new networks, new people. And I think we're going to see a lot more things just like this.
Yeah, I think
in the near future.
Any venue, any group, any individual, anybody's ability to, whether you stream it live or whether you record it and broadcast it later, your ability to capture what's going on is going to be really, really important coming up. Just with the I hate the term attention economy, but
the creator economy.
Creator economy is a better one. But I mean, so many people want to see what's authentically going on.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be whether you are an apartment complex, whether you're a co-working space, whether you are an employer, I think it's going to be really important for your ability to, remember that show on MTV, The Real World?
Yeah,
and
my friend was on that show.
and what I always think of are the confessional kind of things on there, right? And I think that's going to be like if you're an employer who wants to recruit the best talent.
Yeah.
You're going to want your employees going into that small podcast studio or taking out their phones and recording. This is what's going on today. This is why it's cool working here. This is, you're going to want all that stuff. And phones are great right now, but the higher quality you can achieve, the better off you're going to be. So having that ability for your employees to go in and talk about what's going on, or your
100%.
tenants, if you're an apartment complex, to talk about what's great about their lives and to offer that as an amenity is going to be really important, I think.
So true.
So excellent. So, all right. Got a couple people. I thought I saw Eric over there. I wanted to catch him, but I think he's disappeared on me. And then I've got somebody coming. You want to switch seats for a minute? You want to switch seats for a bit?
I'm gonna grab a little food real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Start.
Dave's gonna grab some food. I'm gonna jump over here. Oh, well, our light's not bad. Our light is decent. This is not my favorite how we're doing this, but I think we're gonna. Still getting some of that over here. Let's see how this does for us. Yeah, it's still. Thank you, sir. All right, well, the glare on my face isn't my favorite, but We'll
This is the real world. We eat on set.
it happens. It happens. All right. So we got about maybe about 15 minutes. I won't have glare on my face, but that's all right. I can live with glare. I can live with glare on my face as long as our guest has some light on them. So
You want me to grab Eric? I see him.
did you see him? Yeah. Let's get Eric on here. Okay. Hey, come on, have a seat. Adapt to the changing light situation. That's better.
Hello, hello.
Hey, how you doing? All right.
I was just at a little breakfast with a friend,
Mm-hmm.
so I have at least until, because I have a phone interview I gotta be on it by 2. So
So and it is 1:11 now.
yes,
So we have plenty of time.
yes.
Well, welcome.
absolutely.
Thanks for joining us, Kella.
Do you want me to just leave it? Am I good?
Here, I would we'll put that down. Let's get you a
Okay.
little closer.
Yeah, let me get a little.
I need to get a little closer too, and in fact, that might help the lighting situation.
Oh, sorry.
So we were. What's funny is one of our other guests who was on earlier was talking about Dungeons and Dragons and having friends who play Dungeons and Dragons, and
How
I had
lovely.
I wasn't sitting here; I was standing over there doing some other stuff, and I had to chime in and say, I think we're gonna have someone who's gonna talk about their live Dungeons and Dragons live play podcast coming up. So tell us all about you and tell us all about that.
Absolutely. So I'll start off with introducing myself. My name is Kella. I go by Kella T. I'm an entertainer here in Vegas. I have a band. I'm a singer-songwriter. I'm a writer. I do a bunch of on-stage stuff, off-stage stuff. And this was a little idea I put together. I wanted to be able, I love Dungeons and Dragons. I'm such a huge fan. I played since 3.5. I love 5th edition. You know, that's a different debate. You know, we can go into that later, but or we don't have to. But
I mean, we're going to go into all of it. We're going to go all the way back to all the way back to the original 1970s version. And so buckle in, folks. We're going to talk about all of it for the next 7 hours.
no, I haven't played it. I haven't played it, but honestly, I could. Thank you, Gary Gygax. You're my man. So
tell us, let's dig into you a little more.
Okay.
Tell us about your music. Tell us about the kinds of things you are here in entertainment in Vegas.
So my band does covers and we do small shows downtown, but I also have a side project where I release placement songs. Like we try to get them into film and video, but
Okay.
we have different genres and stuff, and I'm releasing something through that. So kind of playing on the different genre and seeing where I can fit in
Okay.
there. Very fun. I've been doing music for a long time. Been a singer since I was almost out the womb, essentially.
Mhm.
So being on stage in some capacity has happened since I was a toddler. So
Awesome.
yeah. And this just feels natural. I absolutely love the game. So being able to the idea would be to kind of meld the two, because I love both. And as I'm a fan of actual play podcasts, so that's
Mhm.
actual play, for those who don't know, is the term for any media where the people of the media are literally playing the game, actually playing the game.
So let's get a little more basic, because I bet a lot of people have heard of Dungeons and Dragons,
Yeah.
but a lot of people probably haven't played.
Right.
So tell us what it is, like what someone could expect if they were playing a game or watching a game.
Okay, so Dungeons and Dragons is a role-playing tabletop game, or a tabletop role-playing game, TTRPG. It's not so much a board game. There are pieces, sometimes there's a map, but you have this person that people coin as the dungeon master, right? And that person is essentially narrator. They will be the ones who curate the story, and it's just like any of your favorite Netflix shows, especially if you like fantasy. If you've ever seen Lord of the Rings, we understand the idea of the adventure and having to do the thing.
There's a quest, and
Yes.
very in my limited experience playing, there's very much a part of the game you're starting where you don't know what that is yet.
Right.
And then there's a call to adventure kind of thing, right? Sometimes these characters fall into this kind of ass backwards, or something happens, and that's what the
Favorite
dungeon
part.
master does, is they initiate that call to adventure, and then it's kind of on the players to get themselves organized as to how they get themselves in this quest, or maybe they don't because they're not that organized, right?
Right. And that's what makes it so much fun, is the improvisational acting of it. You're this character that you've created, and you want to be this main character energy, and just see if you can play pretend. We used to do it as kids all the time, you know, when you held that stick, it was a sword, and in your mind that was a sword, you know. And it's kind of the same idea, is allowing yourself to transport into this magical realm or into this storyline. I've been so lucky to play with so many different calibers of Dungeon Master, and consume very good Dungeon Masters out there. I mean, I could throw out names. Brennan Lee Mulligan, amazing. Matthew Mercer. These people are the pantheon gods.
Yeah, if this is sounding a little name droppy to you, I guess it is. I don't know if this
Sorry.
is name droppy or not, but
Some people are going to be like, hey. But, and I don't expect this to be of, you know, anything. They have hundreds of millions of dollars to put into sets, to put into production, and these wonderful lighting, and writers and artwork. Starting small, you know, I think it's just the heart, you know, it's this drive of, we love to do this. This is super fun for us. If I may talk about what I'm going to be doing.
you may talk about whatever you'd like.
Sweet.
So,
So-
I have questions, but go on.
With this release that we're doing, I wanted, like I mentioned prior, that I wanted to meld music and the game together somehow. So having bards, if for those who don't know Dungeons and Dragons, a bard is a class you could be in the game. And the bard is the one who plays the instrument or does something that's artistic and gains powers through that, magical abilities through that. This will be a campaign with only bards. It's called the Bard Rock Hotel, and
Find it on all your social medias.
yes, please. And it's just going to be a bunch of funny people trying to make it in this magical zany world, and a lot of writing the music and getting the characters made and getting first looks happening. It's been pretty exciting, and we've been documenting little things here and there. So
And you're going to be putting the music into the episodes.
yes,
So
yes.
the music will be whether it is thematic or whether it is maybe with the party trying to do some things and playing songs as part of the actual adventure, you're going to be putting
Yes.
that music in there.
Yes. The song part is going to be fun. So everything will be done on the fly. I'm working with a really cool musician who's going to be on the keys and just making it up. So we'll be making up a lot of these songs.
So it will be a very whose line is it anyway kind of making up
Yes.
songs as you go to achieve magical and non-magical effects.
Yes, I'm super excited, and we have a mechanic where the determination of your role of performance as the average of the group determines how well you do. So we can make it funny. We can I have the ability to cut it afterwards and diving into it where it's not fully live. I will be recording large blocks and then editing things out, but maintaining as much of it as I can. That's, real and in the moment as possible.
Yeah. So if you're gonna listen,
Organic is
you
the
don't
word.
you don't have to make a 7-hour investment to listen to this podcast
No.
and listen to a lot of arguing about different rules of how to play the game, right?
No. I
So-
want this to be consumable by people who have never played it and who are fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell us about the team you've assembled to be part of this podcast.
I love these people. Okay, so I have some local favorites here. So Phil Kotler, he ran and did Bleach, the improv group for a while. They were running out of the Cockroach Theater, which used to be right across here.
Yep.
So they would have that every first Friday. I'd come in for the special shows. Always thought it was great. Tommy Todd was always part of his. As long as I've known Phil, I've known Tommy to be part of it. So he's also another character. Phil Kotler is playing. Should I talk about the characters a little bit too?
You can talk about whatever you want.
Okay.
I'd like to know about the players and get a preview of the characters.
Perfect.
And maybe I don't want to get a preview of the adventure, the
Okay.
quest,
Okay.
unless you want to give us a real little teaser about that. But I would like to know, besides players, characters, a little bit about the world we're going to be experiencing.
Yeah, absolutely. So
So
Phil
it's not like
Kotler-
Game of Thrones where it takes me 14 episodes to
Right.
figure out what's going on.
Honestly, and this is we're trying to make this. I'm trying to make this as digestible as possible while maintaining funny and all the fun stuff. Anyways, Phil Kotler, he's great. Like award-winning improv comedian guy, playing a bard. Of course, we're all starting as bards, but he's a halfling. He's a halfling. Pretty short. He's like 2'7", so he's like shorter than your average halfling. Very small guy, and we will talk about why because we'll get to the story in a second there. Tommy Todd, I mentioned him, also has been around Phil Kotler for a little while. They've done the Bleach. He still does Bleach, which is an improv comedy group out there. If you haven't checked them out, find them on Instagram and all the social media. They're really, really funny, very, very good at what they do, and I love seeing them. So I got Tommy to join, and I've been wanting to play Dungeons and Dragons with this guy for forever, even outside of this world. And when I was brainstorming, I'm like, okay, who are the two funniest improv guys I know in Vegas? Phil and Tommy. Okay,
Okay.
perfect. And Christina Banks, so Tommy Todd plays a drow who is a little chubbier than normal, which is funny because you normally think drow as being, they're dark elves, they're skinny and wafy and like magical. But what if this drow had a little pot belly, maybe he drank a little bit more beer moving here to America from where he's from. Then you have Christina Banks, who is Jake the human. Jake the human, who is a drummer in the band. Just kind of a dude, just figuring it out. 37 years old, just trying to understand life, kind of living out of his van and maybe like couch surfing. Plays the drums. I mean, I think that's fitting.
Now,
I
is this a
feel-
modern take on this? Like,
Yeah.
is he really living out of a van? So this is fantasy, but in our modern world.
Yeah, and I'll dive into that in just a second. And then there's my character. So I will not be DMing this. I'm gonna be a player character in this. My character's name is Tillian, and she's the bass player, human, from this world. And the DM is a near dear friend of mine named Grayson.
Hand selected for this particular
Yes.
podcast.
Yes, I wanted somebody who I knew could be great at the rules, who was a wonderful storyteller, and also had a huge mind for pop culture and media, and just can like really make something great. So I'm excited to see what he's got. He did a couple of test sessions just to see. This is actually technically like his first time really DMing,
Mhm.
but we did a couple of test sessions on a separate campaign. He did a great job. I knew it. I'm like, this guy's got it. I'm not worried. And to the story, so I'm gonna just give you the opening. I'll give
Yeah.
you a quick little
Yeah,
opening.
give us a little teaser because
Okay.
we want people to go listen.
New Year's Eve 2028. So 2027 going into 2028. New Year's Eve 2028. Exactly midnight in New Zealand. 6 magical portals open up throughout the world, spilling magic into some believe back into, but into our world, and we have access to wherever those portals go. So those portals are open for a year. And what happens in a year? The world is freaking out over this stuff. And eventually, ambassadors from countries go back and forth and meet elven kind, and everything that you can assume in the Forgotten Realms, elves, dwarves, fairies, gnomes, magic, warlocks, whatever have
If you can imagine it, we got it.
Right. This mystical, magical world of the Forgotten Realms. We have access to it. They have access to us. Exactly 365 days later, on the same time, in the same place, on New Year's Eve, 2029, all of them close. So anybody who had crossed over into either places gets shut out.
Now you're stuck,
Now you're stuck.
which is
So
probably making a lot of people unhappy,
yes,
which I have
so-
a feeling has something to do with the quest.
A little bit, yeah. I actually don't know much because I begged my DM to not tell me anything. So he's been keeping it very, very quiet. I'm very proud of him. I don't know anything. This is what I know. The story starts 10 years after this event happened, in Las Vegas, in a place called the Bard Rock Hotel, in the green room of a bar / venue, right, where a band is getting ready to play. And this is where we're starting. I don't know anything other than this. As the player, I told him to keep it super under wraps, but that's why there's these characters who are humans and characters who are not humans, and we had a discussion on why we wanted to do that. And I think the portal opens, give the 6, I was running from something, I had to find something, or I had to leave my hometown. Pretty cool backstories. I'll wait until you hear it to hear them. Each of us got our own little twist on things, and
Do you
I'm super excited.
do you guys have secret twists that the other players don't know as
Ye-
part of your characters?
I would say if they wrote that in there, that would be great.
There's
I
still
know,
time.
I know I do, and I've talked with the DM about it. I don't want to. It's always difficult as somebody who's a writer myself to want to dive into like, okay, we're gonna develop this and this happened, and it's trying to be like, no. I don't know what happens from here. I can maybe talk to him and be like, hey, these are significant things in my character's life, but we don't know what happens in the future. So it's having to step back as the writer and be like, I'm just the improv actor here. I am Tillian for this time, and super fun. I'm so excited. Oh my goodness.
It is. It's very exciting.
Clackety clackety, roll the dice backety. It's great.
And you guys are recording your first session on Monday.
Monday.
Right? So by the time, if you're watching this live, you're getting it before. By the time I get this cut up and put out,
Yeah.
that may have already happened. But you guys are recording your first session on Monday.
So excited. Everybody's super stoked that we're going to be at the new, it used to be called Naked City Audio, but it's over off of Industrial, like right across the street from Hard Hat Lounge. Really cool little art spaces over there by Oasis and the dispensary. Recording with this cat named Barrett, cool local dude, really, really cool personality. And it was kind of cool because I was talking to you when it happened.
Yeah, we were actually talking about this podcast,
That's so
and we
wild.
were brainstorming on where can you go do this, and how can you set up the tech to really capture high quality audio without getting crazy expensive. And you were literally saying, I have this friend, and I think I might be able to do it as a recording studio, and then your phone rang.
Yeah, crazy. And but also it makes sense. There's so many resources here, and I've been here in the music scene. I think establishing myself as a musician here really helps with that, even though this is moving towards another media spin for me. It's one thing to write music that you release on Spotify and you put on stage and you try to get fans with, and or just put out for anyone. This is more structured. There's a story involved. There's a series involved, and that's always wild to me. Wild to me that that shift is there. It's similar but different. Just kind of shifting the focus on how you attack things and edit stuff and promote it, and
Yeah,
it's cool. It's a lot of learning.
So recording on Monday.
Monday.
When do you think we're
Monday.
going to get to listen to the first episode?
I wanted it to be March 5th. I don't think that's possible. I think I'm probably gonna do mid-March, like on the 17th.
Okay.
I will have, if people follow Bard Rock Hotel everywhere, that's just Bard, BARD, Rock, ROCK, Hotel, HOTEL.
All one word.
All one word on all of the
Don't
socials.
put spaces in. I couldn't find it when I put spaces in.
All one word. Find us on all of the platforms. I don't have TikTok right now because I stupidly deleted it and I can't get it back.
You can
on my-
now.
You can.
As of yesterday, it's back.
you
Back
can-
on the Apple Store and the Android Store as of
Oh my
yesterday.
Goodness. Well, I need to. Okay, good. Welcome back, TikTok. I guess I'm gonna be back on TikTok, and I will create a Bard Rock Hotel. I will say that this is only going to be an audio media, right? I did want to do video, but it's difficult.
You know what could be fun? I'm spitballing ideas here.
Okay.
After the episodes are recorded and edited, AI-driven animations of what you're hearing that you could put up on TikTok and Instagram and that kind of thing.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Get AI animations to make it easy.
Having so many avenues, I think that Reddit and TikTok play a huge part in viral community. Reddit being this, and I didn't realize the power of Reddit, but it's enormous. It's so much bigger than I thought it was. And then when you look into how people share and how people make things, talk about things, and having the communities, right? Like direct communities of being able to create like /whatever, r/whatever, you know? That's you wonder why people go in for marketing degrees, right? You're like, what do you mean marketing degrees? And then you try to step into it. It's not like, it's sometimes
It's overwhelming.
overwhelming, mind-boggling, makes it difficult, but
I'm keeping an eye on the time
Yeah.
for you.
oh, thanks.
I know you have to do a call in a little bit.
Yeah.
So, will we be getting a Spotify playlist of the greatest hits from the podcast?
Yes. So my goal is to create these songs, release them with the episode. We already have the opening and ending theme song, and there will be music during it that will be written by myself and also the artists that I'm working with, who are all amazing. I'm so lucky, so great. They're great people, and we're writing some really cool stuff that we're going to be releasing with the episodes. So I'm guessing that at the end of the season, you'll get access to the whole album.
And so a season's going to be like a complete quest adventure.
That's the goal.
Okay.
I don't know what he has planned. We did say that at producer wise and having to separate from the story, like, hey, structure it. This is what I'm hoping. It looks like this. We're gonna see how a season looks, and I told him to like write a little bit more just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah, we're gonna see how a season looks.
Maybe we end the season on a cliffhanger.
Oh, that would be great. That's the way that you hook up.
So
Hey, there's more story if you're ready. I think and not changing the characters, because I think that people would love to see more. The whole point is like keeping with it, but a lot of the actual plays, what I've noticed is they do a season will end that, and then the next season is new people.
I think there's a lot of potential with the world you've created
Yeah.
to have the same characters roll through multiple quests, multiple adventures, because it just sounds like there's so much of that world to explore,
Right.
and even beyond just our world in that world, right?
Yeah.
So
And I
that
gave him full reign, and I'm like, have fun. Have fun.
that sounds super fun. That sounds super fun. Yeah, and you can you got plans for guest stars and all kinds of other things though.
I do. I have so much slated as like special episodes and themed things, and maybe doing giveaways and little extra things. We're gonna start a Patreon so we can give away like voicemails or signed character arts, character calendars, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So
Maybe we'll as you guys get a little further along, maybe we can get a live play in front of an audience.
that would be
In
my
one of these theaters
dream.
over here, to get a live play in front of an audience with a little audience participation.
That would be my dream. I mean, I have a couple of venues that would be wonderful for that too. One of them being, if anybody's here in Vegas, it's called the Composers Room. I'm not sure if you've been there.
I haven't.
I love it. It's brand spanking new. They've been open for about a year, and they're really trying to get the entertainment out there. It's a beautiful setup. They have a bigger stage on one
Where
side,
is it here in
smaller
town?
stage on the left. Over off of Sahara, just west of Maryland Parkway.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, in that little complex where the Q Club is.
Yeah.
Yes. Also, another place that's there that is very famous. But it's smack dab in the center of it.
2 days in a row, someone has mentioned that place.
So funny. I mean, it is a famous location in that
Yep.
place.
World famous.
Very much so. The Composers Room is wonderful. They have great prices, and they're like an Italian restaurant bar. So live music and stuff going on almost every single night. So he wanted to really get entertainment out there. If you're not doing anything, hey, go out to the Composers Room. I'm not sponsored by them. I just love them. So
Well, maybe they'll take the hint and they will be sponsors. So
I would love that.
sponsor your girl.
Yeah, sponsor me.
So I know you need to go. I know you've got a call you need to do. Is there anything else you want to leave us with before you tell everybody where they can find you and where they can find the podcast and all that good stuff? Because I think you made a really great case of why we should all be listening.
Yes. My other point is be good to each other, and but yes, definitely follow Bard Rock Hotel, follow Kella T. You'll find, if you want to follow the band, that's Dead Money LV, like Las Vegas. New music coming out, new content, all the good things, and super engaging stuff. So
Awesome.
yeah, come on down, get some entertainment.
And where can they find you and your music?
You can find my music as Kella T, Kella space T like Tom with a period at the end, and that's all of my stuff. But my band is Dead Money.
Okay.
And we're releasing a brand new single called Apologies in Advance with a wonderful music video. I'm so excited to release both of those things, and that's happening within the next couple of months. So a single coming out on the 22nd called
Okay.
Hard Mode through Kella T. Check that out too. You can pre-save it now from my Instagram.
All right, well, go do that and then put it in your phone, write yourself a note, go back, actually go follow it now on all the socials, Bard Rock Hotel. And I'm sure the announcement will come out about when that first episode is coming up. I'll be listening. And we'll have you back to talk about it another time.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely.
All right.
Sweet.
Me try to adjust this guy. Did you want to jump on? See if we can. Better. There we go. All right. Let's see.
Guys are ready to hear about Lazy Stack?
I'm ready to hear about everything you want to talk about. I'm Jason.
1 second. I am Tom.
Tom, and it's Lazy Stack.
Sorry, Lazy Magic.
Lazy Magic.
Lazy Magic. Used to
All
be
right.
Lazy Stack. Okay, so I'm sure you're aware that whenever you have a startup, there's really an open question about what stack you're going to use
Mhm.
when you're developing your application. Almost all startups require some type of application. And as I'm sure you're aware, there are many competing technologies, and it's often a series of very complex concerns around what the developers actually want to build versus what's going to be auditable, right?
Mhm.
Because a lot of times I've seen many, especially fintech products, really fall apart when you go to get certified, right? Because you're using a bunch of Java libraries. Who supports those Java libraries? Is that going to pass compliance with the bank? Lots of problems. There's also an entire, just huge amount of challenges around back-end development, right? Most people are front-end developers. Not as many people are back-end developers.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to start thinking about like, okay, what about serverless? How are we going to integrate serverless? How much are we going to invest in platform development? And that's pushed a lot of people towards SaaS, right? But as soon as you go to SaaS, you introduce all the complexities of vendors, right? So I was recently working at the city of Henderson, and let me tell you, vendor solutions are nightmares when you care about ownership, right? So there's always all of these contrasting concerns, right? Well, what the Lazy Magic project is we had a senior developer, a full stack, 30-year professional, right? Sit down and write a system front to back that allows you to deploy your own SaaS applications incredibly easily that connects .NET front ends to AWS backends. Okay, so why does that matter? Why do we care, right? So .NET isn't everybody's favorite. C# isn't everybody's favorite, but let me tell you what it is. What it is fully compliant out of the box with one set of patterns they use everywhere. You have faith that every single library that Microsoft releases is both open source, fully compliant, and follows the same set of design patterns. In addition to that, right, AWS, why AWS? AWS for a long time has been the cheapest option with the broadest free tier. Here's the thing, you can scale for fully serverless applications. You can have hundreds of users for free. So that means you could get in front of your investors, have a fully compliant, fully scalable, awesome app ready to go, and the lights are on, it's already working, you're paying nothing out of pocket. So then you're connecting these two amazing free technologies, right? But here's the problem, AWS did not do the legwork to really integrate .NET, because think about it, .NET is typically on Azure, right? So what the Lazy Magic project has done is provide a complete tool chain and reference architecture. So we have an entire system you can just modify that already works out of the box with multi-tenancy out of the box, right? Fully SaaS, follows AWS well architected, right? Follows all OOP principles, follows all C# guidelines, right? That just works. So you could be a junior front-end developer. You could learn, because most people don't know Blazor, but you could learn Blazor. Blazor is really simple. It's basically Vue and C#. So what that is a component-based front-end architecture, right? And here's the thing. All of the back-end code is in C#. All of the front-end code is in C#. That means you can now share libraries between the front and back end. Think about that. So you've now, this historical divide that's existed between front and back end architectures, right? That's something like Node has tried to solve, right? But Node is not an OOP. You're not the product, the work product that's created in these, TypeScript-based languages is nowhere near as beautiful as something created in C#, because the advantage of OOP is and always will be consumption. It's harder to write, but once it's written, the libraries are much clearer, much more easily consumed, and the contracts are much better specified, for example, via interfaces, right? So now you've got this beautiful sharing between client and backend, right? Again, fully certifiable, right? And you can do that with this really rapid, really beautiful end-to-end tool chain, right? So you're talking about you could have a single developer build a SaaS platform from an idea overnight with the only requirement is them being able to write their own Blazor front end. Like that's pretty incredible because we have all CRUDL already handled out of the box. We have a modular monolith architecture where we're not thrashing. A big problem why we've seen some cloud repatriation is a lot of people just didn't understand either over microservice their architectures or just took their existing on-prem system and just dumped it on the cloud, both of which were terrible solutions. And what the Lazy Stack project, or Lazy Magic project, excuse me, has achieved is it's taken, we had a senior architect, right, sit down and solve all of those problems from the top down in a really beautiful way. So you don't have to do any thinking, right? You just write your business logic and you just write your front end and the system handles the rest of it.
And it just propagates all the way through.
Propagates all the way through. So it's a really incredible, but here's the thing, you're not beholden to any SaaS vendor. There's no SaaS vendor you're writing a contract, I mean, other than AWS, you know, don't pull a Parler and get kicked off.
Right.
Right. But, and actually we have an answer to that as well. We're totally technology agnostic. So we're building into having on-prem support. We're building into having Azure support. We're building into having TypeScript front-end support. So we're extending the platform to be completely language agnostic, right? But we're selling mostly what's on the cart right now, which is the Lazy Magic platform, which is currently C# to AWS. But eventually it will get built out. And our business model is that we sell consulting on this technology, right? But it's all open source. It's all MIT licensed. So anybody can get on lazymagic.org and check out our reference architecture. And I mean, we'll help you get it set up. We're offering some actually free consulting hours for people initially wanting to get set up with the platform or I should say tool chain. And I really encourage everyone who is serious about getting something to market to check it out, because I don't know how you could do it any better. Tim, our principal engineer, it's just a passion project. You know, he could have been making money hand over fist and he didn't, and he sat down and just went into the dev hole and spent 5 years beasting this out, you know.
Well, what I really like about this is it sounds like it's a great way for founders and startups to get that MVP built,
Exactly.
get some traction on that,
Exactly.
figure out their product market fit,
Exactly.
and you guys have worked out a lot of the technical challenges that they would have to work out on their own without you.
Yeah, it's unthinkable the amount of DevOps and like things like AWS templates. Like you do not want to sit there and spend the hundreds of hours of munging. Like we've stumped AWS support multiple times. Like we're an AWS partner, right? We have stumped AWS support. Like the second level support, we've stumped them. Right? Like there are situations where we're on the edges of the documentation. Like AWS just simply doesn't document the entirety of what SAM templates can do. Right? So there are situations where, like for example, like Lambdas have a limit to the number of routes they're willing to satisfy. Right? Like we've solved that. You know, so there's so many things where there's this deep technical like center of excellence that you'd have to develop to even get close to producing something at the same level. Why? Right? Like if you can already have it off the cart, right? And then use it at a jumping point with no fees or strings attached, nothing, right? And then you could just get onto ChatGPT, type in, because here's the other thing, nobody has to actually write C# anymore. The whole resistance to C# was writing it. Guess what? Nobody's writing code anymore. You're reviewing code. You type it into an LLM, you get your code, right? And the last thing you want to be doing that for is infrastructure. Right? You never want to use an LLM to develop your infrastructure because you can get absolutely nailed if you make a mistake.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Here's the thing. We have every single piece of this code was hand-rolled before LLMs were introduced. This is all hand-rolled by a senior architect from the word go. And then now it's extensible by the people wanting to consume it by LLM. So it's the best of every, like the technologies have really come together and meshed in a really beautiful way. I think that an initial barrier to entry for us was, like I said, like just not enough C# professionals. I think most people are more partial to more Spartan technologies like Python, for example, or now Rust, I think has become extremely popular. But like, again, it's all fine and dandy to say what do the programmers want to write. The real situation is what's going to pass compliance, what's going to get the money in your pocket. Those are the real considerations.
Absolutely.
And I think that anyone who's serious about writing code in 2025 understands that it should be boom, boom, boom with an LLM, you know? And I think that a lot of the burden of writing C# is now
It's gone.
gone.
Yeah.
You know, you're just reviewing. So,
So how does a startup get started with you to get this going for themselves?
well, they can follow our tutorial on lazymagic.org, which is so easy. It's like a junior developer that barely knows any Python should be able to get it done. If you understand how to set up an AWS account and click the create organization button, we hold your hand the whole way. You can even call us and we will actually help you do it. Because like I said, we're offering free consulting hours to help this get off the ground because we want people to use it because we've bled for it. We want to see it win. And then like I said, but we have a full reference architecture that out of the box uses the pet store example, which I think most people are familiar with, which shows multi-tenancy out of the box. So you can just take that and then make small modifications. All the CRUDL is already there. It stands up a DynamoDB table to store all your information. And from there, like I said, you're just writing your business logic and your UI. I mean, and anyone serious about getting a product to market should be able to get that done. If they don't want to do it, we can do it for you. It's again pretty trivial Blazor development. We've got several full stack developers on hand to help you out if you need it. But that's just, you know, if they're either not an expert or it's just too much load for them. I think most developers should be able to handle Blazor pretty easily. You know, it's basically just Vue.
Yep. So stop waiting. Stop admiring the problem.
Yeah.
It's Lazy Magic, right?
Lazymagic.org. Yeah.
Get the lazymagic.org, start looking at what they've got, and get your MVP built and get some traction and get
call
that
us,
investment. Or
and
call these
we'll
guys.
write your MVP.
So
yeah, because like I said, the entire technical load of the MVP typically is how on earth are we going to do this? We've answered that question. We know how you're going to do it. It just comes down to, like, I have a client that we're doing a MVP for right now. We're doing the POC, and literally it's like, give me your user stories. Like, that's it. Like, that's all I need is like, give me your user stories, because our implementation is opinionated, you know? And while it's opinionated, it's just opinionated in the most obvious opinionated direction, which is how can I spend the least amount of money possible on AWS fully serverless? Like, no one's going to argue with that. You know, who doesn't want to be serverless? Who doesn't want to spend the least amount of money possible?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
and it's secure out of the box. Like,
and to move fast.
Yeah. And be fully scalable,
Yeah.
right? Because here's the thing. If you just read AWS Well Architected, they tell you how to do this. It's not rocket science. Like, AWS literally has hundreds of pages of documentation explaining exactly how to spend no money on their platform and have it be fully secure. We just did that.
So you don't need to read those hundreds and hundreds of pages.
Oh yeah, no, don't read anything.
Don't do that.
Don't read anything.
See these guys.
Yeah.
So
you should be able to do everything with an LLM and Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio Community.
all right,
Should be able to
great.
just knock it out.
Well, tell us one more time who you are and how everyone can reach you.
Thomas May. You can find me on LinkedIn, or you can go to lazymagic.org and download our reference architecture and get it running.
Great to meet you. So looking forward to getting an update from you in a couple months on how things are going.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you. Want to jump on and we can wrap up?
Yep.
Anybody else?
Want to do a little intro podcast? Talk about what you're doing in the community? Or thoughts on yeah. Okay. I got you. Come on in, man. Well, there's enough of that on this show, sir. What's that?
So these are the USB mics.
Check 1, 2. We are live. Hello, Josh. Welcome, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still live. We're going to be wrapping up here shortly, but I just had a remarkable conversation with this gigantic, tall human They call him Big Tom. Big Tom, tell us about you and what you're excited about here in Las Vegas, my friend.
Well, I'm excited about what you do for veterans. I'm excited about having gatherings that help people build business, that help catalyze ideas from a little glimmer into a bonfire, ultimately with that goal. And then the fact that I meet people that have a special focus on helping veterans develop skills, develop businesses, that's even more special to me as a veteran, as you and I both are.
Yeah, you're a Marine Corps veteran, right? Everyone's like, what branch? Like, what do you think? What branch do you think I'm in? Yeah, right.
Same barber.
Yeah. No, it's fascinating because this is the perfect example of the purpose and the essence of everything that's happened with Tech Alley. So I've been coming here since the very first one. You're fairly new to Las Vegas, and this is your second Tech Alley event. Is that right?
Second one, yeah.
What led you to come to check out Tech Alley? How did you find it, or how'd you get introduced?
So I found it on meetup.com. I work in tech for an ad agency, and on the sales side, I'm not really a developer. My wife is a developer. Thought it'd be cool to meet people who are starting companies and look for our own opportunities for entrepreneurship. But I read a book a long time ago that said associate with people where you can learn something from them.
Yeah. Which book was that?
All of them.
Oh, all of them. Yeah, that's true. I'm a nerd when it comes to books. So what book was that?
Think and Grow Rich. Any single sales or performance book I ever read said hang around people that make you better, and that 1 + 1 in business equals 3.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. And thanks for bringing up Think and Grow Rich. That's been a hot topic lately. Think and Grow Rich was the first book that I ever got introduced to that kind of like really set my mindset off in the right positive direction. It's been interesting because that was in 2010. And then just recently, my business coach, a guy named David Meltzer, actually became, on January 11th, which happens to be his birthday and the birthday of the Napoleon Hill Institute, he became the chairman of the board for the new rollout of all the digital stuff that they're going to be doing for Think and Grow Rich. But there is going to be an avenue specifically for veterans. There's going to be an avenue for women, an avenue for at-risk youth, all of these very specific tracks that they're going to focus on to help unlock the potential of what people can do and what people are capable of.
Well, that book is 100 years old.
Yeah.
Those philosophies are 100 years old. I'm sorry, I think that would have been 60 years old. How to Win Friends and Influence People's running right around 100 years old. But and you've gone through the military. You've got several businesses. You're an entrepreneur coach. I've been doing this on the entrepreneurial side since I left the Marine Corps 25 plus years ago. But as you study business and you study personal development and growth, the one thing that hasn't changed with all the technology, with being able to broadcast live to the whole universe from, an alley, literally art alley here in Las Vegas, the one thing that hasn't changed is people.
Yeah.
And the people's desire to improve, people's desire to grow, and the whole core of what this country was built on is becoming more than what you started from.
No, you're 100% right. And you bring up a lot of good points. For me, I think, and I've went on this, and there's polished ways that I say it, but essentially we spent our time as veterans in the military. We spent our time defending the country. Now it's our opportunity and responsibility to rebuild it. And it doesn't just start with us. Some of it, it always starts from within, right? Our mindset. The fact that we can do this is great. But it's also like once we take that action, we unknowingly ignite or spark other people that may not know what entrepreneurship is and stuff like that. So I think it's fascinating to see that start to become a contagious conversation, right? That's why there's all these organizations. We were just talking, as Jason was on the other interview, we talked about a lot of the organizations that are right here in Las Vegas that help support veteran entrepreneurship. We have the Tuesday office hours over at Leatherneck Club. There's just all of these things to keep catalyzing that conversation. And you mentioned your service was a while back. Have you found any organizations or any opportunities since you've been here, aside from Tech Alley and other things like that? Any other organizations that you've kind of gravitated towards or found?
This is a big one locally. One that I was involved with in Southern California was AWS, Amazon.
Oh yeah, they're here too.
They're here, and they're
One of our partners at Vets and Tech, by the way.
and they're not necessarily here all the time, but they have a monthly group there that is a different kind of level.
Yeah,
it's that crosses over beyond entrepreneur to the super nerd level, but even being able to connect with people from different industries, from different perspectives.
Yeah,
all those help you grow. But this coming to this
Yeah.
has been a catalyst to learning about all these other things that, as good as I am searching online, I didn't bump into.
yeah, and that's there is a challenge with that. At least what I see, searchability in this community. And I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses for it, but I would suspect that it has something to do with the overwhelming amount of search that happens for Las Vegas in general. And it's probably, like most things, it's overcrowded and overclouded by all of the activities and the SEO and everything that goes on with the Strip. So when I launched Pursue Vegas as an opportunity and a way to promote a lot of the more local heroes, I did that with the intent that a lot of times, like we as small business owners and entrepreneurs, I don't have a $20,000 budget a month just for a billboard, right? And it's like, and so this is kind of like how that extends out to everything else
To
like,
compete with Hell's Kitchen restaurant.
exactly. And that's probably like an overwhelming amount of search that comes up in everything. And it's just like, I'm sure somewhere in all that, there's a lot of stuff that gets buried.
Well, we don't have the newspaper anymore.
Yeah.
If you started 20, 30 years ago, and for the record, Al Gore and I invented the internet. I was building websites at Johns Hopkins University as a research assistant. I was one of the first people, I found out recently, one of the first people ever to have a photo.
In the 1900s?
Live. Yes, in the 1900s. That was like a whole century ago. You were still playing with Tickle Me Elmo. But I was one of the first people ever with a photo on the internet and helped it and participated in the evolution. But in the paper, you used to have a listing of community events, a listing of charitable events, the American Legion pancake breakfast and the VFW's walk and the parade, and all that's gone by the wayside. And I think you're right that because Las Vegas is so enterprise rich with searches from across the world, cutting through that clutter will require a concerted effort that you're doing with your podcast, with your marketing and branding. And you know what? Back to the personal touch, because I wouldn't have learned about the veteran support that you all provide. And I'm not an entrepreneurial startup this month. 6 months from now, there's a
3
high
months
probability
from
about
now,
10 minutes from now. Because you never know where
Yeah.
something's going to take you. But word of mouth in these communities is still probably the biggest in the veterans community. Man, how many veteran brothers and sisters from all the services that are so unplugged from the world, from all the stress. I don't watch the news, dude. It's stressful.
Yeah. No, you're right. And for me, I always, there's certain times I go through seasons where I'm learning editing right now. So I do have to I have to get it done. I can't get any editing done at my house. Like, I would rather take my whole house apart and put it back together again and clean than actually like get on my computer and edit for 5 minutes. So I do force myself to go to amazing coffee shops like Taverna Costera, or I'll go and I'll just put headphones in and I'll run editing until my battery dies. And that's how I look at like pockets of time to get stuff done. I'll just keep working until my battery dies. And then, but it's amazing. Every time I actually leave my house and go out, I have a miracle connection, like what we did today. Or the other day I was at Take It Easy Coffee Roasters over in Chinatown. And I sat there for 2.5 hours. My battery died, started closing everything up. And this woman who had been sitting there the whole time, she's like, "Are you Dave? I met you at an event 3 years ago. What are you working on?" And I told her, and now like I've been invited to speak at like 3 different high school events for at-risk youth. And I'm like, in this town, if you do want to make an impact, do want to do something, like as long as you get out of your house, show up, serve, then miracles happen.
Well, what you give out comes back. But one of the things you just actually pointed to that is marketing 101 you can't build a brand from your basement.
Yeah.
Unless you're a pretty young girl
Yeah.
becoming the next influencer, you can't build a brand. You have to go out and shake hands. You have to develop skills. You have to get out of your comfort zone. I am not Big Tom.
Yeah.
Native, I 8 years in the Marine Corps in public relations. I could speak well, but I walk into a crowded room.
Yeah.
I'm the guy in the corner.
Yeah.
It didn't work well for dating that way either.
Yeah.
I'm just here to tell you, but the more you step out of that comfort zone, How to Win Friends and Influence People, one of the first books you should ever read.
Yeah.
To build a business after thinking Grow Rich.
Yeah.
After you're thinking about it, you got to go do it.
There's another cool book, and we can nerd out on books all day. I have not been able to get past chapter 1 of this book because I keep reading it and then I'll get distracted. But even just in chapter 1, there's like 12 gems. It's called Super Communicators. And the premise of it is the thing that I took away already, and it's in the first chapter. The right conversation at the right time can change everything. But that, like you said, that can't normally happen from your basement. Now, can you play games and can you interact with people? Absolutely. However, I was just having this conversation, and I do want to dig a little bit into sales because I love when I meet other sales professionals. I used to be a sales and leadership coach for a large firm. One of the projects that I'm on right now, I actually help somebody create a course. He helps coach and lead and help independent restaurant owners.
Oh, cool.
We've got 185 people in that mastermind group. These are all over 5K. So it's been a very profitable organization. But he did something, and I was talking to a girl, literally as I was walking, setting up all this stuff today, a friend back in Oklahoma, she called me and she was asking about, she's really stuck in that realm of, I want to offer these services. She's a health and wellness coach, but she's paralyzed by the idea that she cannot even start to talk about her business until her website's done. And my whole thing was that as long as you're in the activity of learning always, you'll start to unlock stuff. So I gave her the advice. I said, hey, you need to be talking to 50 people, and you're not trying to sell them anything. Ask them what they would want in a program like that, or have they ever used a program like that? You'll find out what they might be comfortable paying. You'll find out what they liked about it, what they didn't like about it. And then you get to say hey, well, I'm kind of designing this thing. What would you want to see in it? And at the end of it, we did with the guy for the restaurants, everybody that he talked to, 60 people, they all said, if you're building a thing like that, I'd pay 10 grand for it. So when he came back and offered the first beta round at 3,500, 40 people bought. We did 130 grand in 5 days because he wasn't selling. He was curious about what's going to make this an awesome thing. So curiosity is the key there. But when it comes to the just overall sales in general, what do you really love about it? What do you hate about it from other people?
Oh, sales is a
All
pain in the
things go.
neck.
Yeah.
Sales is a pain in the neck because I've coached you, talked to hundreds of people who are startups, and I'm older, and I've been through it a couple of different ways, a couple of different times. But you can have the best widget ever.
Yeah.
You have to find someone who wants it.
Yeah.
Someone who's able to pay for it.
Yeah.
And then encourage them to be willing
Yeah.
to pay. Everybody wants a Ferrari. But I'll tell you, having been a Ferrari sales manager, if they've got 300K, they also want a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
or an Aston Martin. And then it becomes your job to help them decide. And it's easy. Everybody just wants. Yeah, because people with $300,000 have never negotiated before. Of course they have.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Of course they have. But
great perspective.
But you have to have a message. You have to have 30 seconds to explain why you or your product are important, why you're important to them, and why they should give up some of their capital to invest in what you have to offer.
This is a mistake that I see people make often. They get married to the solution because they see a problem, they see a solution, and then they get married to the solution. This is the challenge, is that then that's all they have. And this is the same as that girl, right? They don't take the time to really go make sure people also have that problem, or there's not really anything much more these days that's completely innovative that no one's ever heard of, right? There's already some version
There's an app
of
for
it
that
out there. Yeah, there's an app for that. There's something. But perfect example, if you only stay married to the solution, then you don't take any feedback from what the actual problem is. And then it's like, and this is in the case for her, it's like, oh, I have this great solution, but I can't even let people know about it until my website's ready. That's crazy. But then it's like, once you do, then you just go in with the solution. And most people are like, I don't have that problem. And
Well,
it's like, yeah, you kind of, then you try to get people to, like, you try to show them how they do have that problem. Like, if it's not an overwhelming problem, then they're not going to need your solution. However, if you stay married and committed to the problem and always looking for the innovative ways to solve it, then that's where I believe you stay a lot more relevant.
No, absolutely. And having built a bunch of websites and worked with a lot of businesses, a mediocre website that you launch this week is a million times better than the perfect one that's next month or next year or never.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty cool. You can actually change a website.
Yeah, I know. It's like, you know,
you can
that
update
you
it.
can actually change it.
And in fact, if you're looking for search engine optimization to show up in Google, it's good if you change it on a regular basis and have that communication. And one of the other things like a startup gets caught up in is their branding.
Yeah.
They'll spend a month on the logo.
Yeah.
Spend 3 months on the website, spend 4 months and miss what you and I just talked about, this selling, because
the problem.
people aren't just going to show up. The one exception when I say sitting in your basement is social media can be a great channel. But the key if you're a business person is it still has to be social.
Yeah.
It can't be spammers are us. It can't be buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff. I coach car salespeople and I'm like, dude, put a picture of a cat or a dog.
Yeah.
Or you don't want to show a picture of your kids. I get it for security, but you're in sales, so you should probably at least put your own picture up.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's amazing how some of that stuff can carry on. For you, you mentioned earlier, it's like you're a big Tom. You're a tall guy. Your name's Tom, and you have a hat. Like, it starts to stick after a while. I have boom boxes. That's the thing. Like, it can be anything.
Which is what I'm going to call you from now on.
Boombox Dave.
Boombox.
Oh yeah, that's
Not even Dave, just
there you go.
Boombox.
Yeah, I love it. Well, tomorrow you'll get to meet Boombox Dave because I'll be DJing at Das Herb. But no, I think there's also the principles and everything that go along with, what's the word, ethical sailing. And I feel like a lot of people get turned off on that if they don't. Well, there's a lot of people that just follow the suit and be like, oh, this big. And a lot of times I feel like people base sales success on dollar metrics. That's not always the case. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's based on transactions, based on all that stuff. And the time that you've been heavy into sales, right, which has been a long time, what do you see as kind of the do's and do nots out there in the sales universe?
Well, and so much of mine's around automotive, which you might have heard has a bad reputation.
Oh yeah,
you might have had
absolutely.
a bad
Yeah.
experience. I had a bad experience
What do we
here
got to
in
do to
Vegas.
get you in this car?
I had a bad experience in Vegas. I showed up. Oh, there's this other $1,500 worth of crap. I was like, wow, I thought we were past that.
Yeah.
In 2024, it was last year. But so that's part one is lying and disclosure. As a good salesperson trying to get people to move, sometimes I'll live in gray or I'll let people to come to their own conclusions about things. But a blatant lie, yes, I'll sell you the car, or yes, I'll sell you this product, or yes, this product can do this, when you know dang well it can. And holding back my language because that's so frustrating. It's not just buying cars. How many times have you ever gone into to buy a smartphone and your mobile bill shows up $100 more a month than you thought you were signing up for, or there's a big sale and it excludes everything except the overpriced cable at Best Buy,
right,
or wherever. My favorite still is clearance aisles where the price is the same.
Yeah,
you know, it's clearance for you. I was joking with a client in a transaction recently. Well, what's your best deal? And let's say the transaction was $1,000.
Yeah.
I said 1,200.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the best deal for you?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But that brings us to
I can get you in a double.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, my best deal would be 12. You're probably thinking less.
Yeah.
But that brings us to don't be too serious.
Yeah.
And something I struck coming out of the Marine Corps. I was a sergeant in the United States Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And I was in community relations. When I called somebody, I had 130 tanks behind me.
Yeah.
You know, all the generals and the history of the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And when I went out on my own, I don't know if you felt this way. I felt naked.
Yeah, man. 100%.
And that's not just if you were in the military. Let's say you worked for IBM, you worked for a big company, and you go out as an entrepreneur. You don't have that clout, that reputation, that branding. So you have to build that. And in sales, circling back to your question, your word is bond.
Yeah.
I was an
100%.
exotic car broker. We bought and sold cars all over the country. But if I misled somebody, I made mistakes, but if I misled somebody, I wouldn't get, nobody would trust me.
Well, and I think this is the hardest part, and we could all be susceptible to being in a role where we have to do unethical sales. Like it happens. Some people learn that way because the first role that they're thrown into, whether it's selling rainbow vacuums, I don't know. But the interesting thing is that for me, I think what most people don't realize is that it really can't, your reputation goes well beyond the role and the card that you're passing out right now. Like people are going to remember that 6 years from now. I use this as a funny story as we wrap here. I'm working at this podcast studio, right? It's a friend of mine. I met him 6 years ago, probably one of the first networking events that I went to out here. And the reason why he invited me to come in, he's actually sponsoring my podcast now, is because when I met him 6 years ago, when I moved out here, I was a sales and leadership coach for a large firm out of Nashville. And I just asked him a bunch of, I never tried to sell him anything. I'm always at events. I'm always just trying to make friends with people. What are you working on? What are you excited about? Connecting dots. What's coming up that I should know about? And like, he remembers that because he's been here longer and he has always been in those situations where people are just very transactional. And he's like, I remember that from 6 years ago. And then he's like, the fact that you didn't try to sell me is like, and now it's like opening up an entire opportunity for us to like, I'm going to be ambitious here. It's like, it's not just that I'm going in and shooting my show there. Like we're working on some really cool stuff that could really shape and revolutionize the podcast studio industry in Las Vegas over the next 5 years. That never would have happened if I was just like transactional, ask the surface level questions and then be like, well, would you like to do a workshop?
Buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff. No, you're right.
So
That's the basis of it. It's a relationship.
Yep.
And make it a good one.
So you mentioned a couple different books. Any other books that are top of mind, tip of tongue that you're thinking of when it comes to selling or just being a better human?
Well, you mentioned putting libraries, entrepreneur libraries in place. A lot of the younger generation people don't like to read as much as maybe you or I do. So find a podcast. Oh, you have a podcast.
Yeah.
Find a YouTube video trainer, educator, coach.
Yeah.
Even if they're not in your space.
Yeah.
Find something that you can jump onto in the morning, and you can't be motivated by outside force. That has to come from inside.
Yeah.
But find something that's going to stimulate that. It's been a stressful few months for me. I watched Rudy the other day. Ready to go, baby.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
You know,
Great.
put me in, coach.
Yep. Very cool. So where can people find you? How can they connect?
So LinkedIn, search for Big Tom. If Big Tom in automotive, you can find me. If you ever have sales questions, car shopping questions, questions about getting involved in entrepreneurship in the Marine Corps, and you can't find him because he's not under Boombox Dave yet. But you know, Big Tom in automotive, Big Tom LaPointe's my last name.
I love that. Yeah, let's connect because now I'm interested. As soon as we wrap up today, I got to check out your LinkedIn and see how many mutual contacts we have. I'm always fascinated because there's probably a few, but there's a chance, since you're a little newer here, there's a chance there might not be any. And my favorite is when we're not connected to anybody, because that means two massive circles are about to
absolutely
interlock.
It's also fun finding out what a small world. I met someone here I was at the Detroit Auto Show at the same party with in 2005.
Oh, nice. I love that. Very cool. Well, thanks for coming on, my
having me.
friend. All right, we'll see you soon.
Appreciate you all.
What up? Dylan the man, what's up, dude? How are you?
Appreciate it.
You made it out.
I did. I was like I went to another farmer's market and had other stuff going on over there.
Very cool. Welcome,
Yeah.
Dylan.
Thank
Tell
you.
everyone about who you are, what you're working on, because I'm grateful. We talked about it a little bit earlier this morning about the event coming up on Tuesday, but talk a little bit about Nevada entrepreneurs, what you're working on, and what's going on.
Yeah, so my name is Dylan Rosner. I'm the founder of Nevada Entrepreneurs. It's really like entrepreneur networking meetups. And since the beginning, last September, we've always had a theme behind each event. And this one, just like our past ones, we're donating $5 of each ticket to US Vets charity, which helps our disabled veterans who need it the most. It was referred to me by my good friend Dave Lonergan, who I actually met him through our free open workout at his gym last month. And he owns Triple Threat Transformation. He's a former U.S. Marine veteran, and he's sponsoring this event as well. So we're grateful to have him also. Freedom Bear Coffee guys will be sponsoring this event as well. They work with U.S. Vets National Charity. Amazing coffee, by the way, Freedom Bear. Try it out sometime. It's great. And then, yeah, I just reached out to Dave here because Dave Lonergan, our mastermind team dinner, was like, hey, you should have him speak at your event about Military Appreciation Night. I said, okay, cool. So I just hit him up, and here we are.
Yeah, we hadn't really got a chance to connect. I did come to your event. I really, one, I love the venue. Last one you did was at Horse Trailer Hideout
down the street.
Yep, great conversation. You had some cool speakers that came in.
Oh yeah.
And then,
They
but
were awesome.
it's funny. This town. How long have you been here?
Just over a year.
Okay, yeah. Where'd you come from?
San Diego, and I'm originally from just outside Chicago.
Okay, and you served yourself, right?
I did not, but
Okay.
I'm doing this to give back to you guys.
I love that. I love the fact that you're connecting with. What's interesting is everyone can get busy in the city and kind of go off in their own pockets. So I hadn't really got a chance to chat with you more. But there's a very strong veteran community here, and an
I
even
can see it,
stronger
yeah.
veteran entrepreneur community.
Yeah.
There's a lot of organizations that are represented on a national level that aren't just here in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
They're actually working really well with each other.
Yeah.
So like I represent Vets in Tech, which is we help veterans get high level tech coding certifications. We have incubators and accelerators for entrepreneurship. But when I say there's another great program here called Warrior Rising, it's led by my freaking roommate. My roommate runs that whole chapter, and this is going to be like one of the first big chapters for that organization, which is a national program as well.
Nice.
So we're all very well connected together.
Love it.
And it's not even that, it's that we work well together.
Yeah.
It hasn't always been like that. There's a lot of different organizations. The challenge in the veteran space is there's always a natural, like, let's work together, but there's also still a natural competitive spirit. The challenge there is that sometimes people don't realize that when there's a lot of nonprofit organizations, it can create competition where there needs to be more collaboration. So
Yeah, and I mean the best way you guys to really, gain advantage in any growing community is just be part of a community, like growing cities. Like I was just in St. George last week for Impact Social Nights, which is the out-of-state version of Nevada Entrepreneurs events, and they're gonna grow double in population by 2050.
is that the one by who's doing that?
Oh, I
Who
was
runs
hosting that.
Okay, you were hosting that one.
Yeah.
Who was the guy that spoke at your event last time? Who's also a veteran that hosts events, like really cool events. I can't remember what he called them, Chaos or something like that.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Wait. You talk not last time. There was a veteran that spoke in December at the Holiday Charity Night, Justin Cross.
No.
This one you went to?
Yeah, the one I went to. There was.
Oh, Dave Waltzer.
Yeah, Dave Waltzer.
Wicked Awesome Happy Hour.
Happy Hour. That's it.
Yeah, so I'm actually collaborating with him in just over a week. On the 27th, we're doing an event together in Phoenix.
Oh, cool.
Same theme, Military and First Responder Appreciation Night. So that's going to be a good one.
I love it. No, that's great. And so tell us about, for Nevada entrepreneurs, you're doing this here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
You're also doing Reno.
Yeah, so
correct?
we're going to Reno a week from Tuesday. We're going to be in Reno with the same theme, Military and First Responder Appreciation
I love that.
Night.
And then I've got some people to connect you to up there.
I appreciate it too. Thank
yeah.
you.
So Lourdes, she runs the Veteran Business Outreach Center, which there's a
nice.
branch here. She oversees both of them,
Nice.
but she's also We haven't really got a chance to connect, but she's also the community organizer for Global Entrepreneurship Week,
Nice.
which will happen in November. I'm the
Okay.
state coordinator.
Okay.
And then just a little preface on that. Global Entrepreneurship Week is 10,000 events
Oh my.
all around the world.
Yeah. That's a
I
lot.
run and help catalyze all the events
Yeah.
here in Nevada. So we'll probably have to collab on that. a
Oh
little
no,
bit as
let's
well.
definitely talk about that. Yeah, and these military and first responder appreciation nights are not a one-off thing. They're going to be basically every quarter because February, okay, it's a start, President's Day month. May is Memorial Day month. July, Independence Day month, and November is Veterans Day month. And the reason they're in those months is because we really needed a military to be able to have all those holidays in the first place. And also just really a way to build more upon networking for the veteran community of entrepreneurs, because I know so many of them. I was thinking, wait a minute, I don't see a lot of event hosts really do much for the veterans and the active duty military.
Sure.
And so I thought I'm going to change that and really like give you guys more of a platform through my events. So I appreciate you speaking at this one, man.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'll help challenge you. I hope you accept this challenge.
Okay.
There's a perfect week to host something in July. I launched this last year.
Okay.
Now we talked about this earlier, but I want to lay this out. Global Entrepreneurship Week is a global initiative.
Yeah.
It's all entrepreneurs. We celebrate that in November. It happens to fall every year. It happens to fall the same week as F1 here.
Oh,
which
yeah.
people act like it's my fault. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
it's actually in 150 other countries. There's
Yeah.
not 150. There's like 100 other countries
Yeah,
where
yeah.
there's not F1. So
Mhm.
it just happens by happenstance here. So what I did last year to kind of
Yeah.
raise awareness early
Mhm.
is that's all entrepreneurship. In July, I created my own week. I called it
Mm.
Freedom Week. It's the week after
Okay.
4th of July.
Oh, perfect.
It's only veteran entrepreneurship.
Oh, nice.
Right. So we celebrate that. But what
Yeah.
we did last year, there was two big events in that. One, it was called Vet Cap. It was
Mhm.
with Vets in Tech. It was at our big sponsor is DraftKings. They
Mm.
actually, that was a panel discussion to
Yeah.
let veteran entrepreneurs know
Yeah.
there's 5 different levels of funding that they can
Yeah.
get for their business. So that was a great
Oh,
event.
sweet.
Earlier that day, we actually cut the ribbon on the Veteran Entrepreneur Library,
Oh,
which I
nice.
opened in North Las Vegas with Nevada partners.
Mm.
But we had the governor sign a proclamation to
Oh,
declare
okay.
Global Entrepreneurship Week for the state of Nevada in November.
Are you talking about Joe Lombardo now or the guy before him?
Joe Lombardo. now.
Okay.
Yep. So
Yeah.
he signed the.
I met him in
Yep.
person. He's a nice guy.
He signed that for November of last year, which that got picked up on a national level.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, and there's a lot of reasons why Dave probably suggested that I speak at your event.
Mhm.
So now I'm like what happened with that library being opened.
Yeah.
Now there's 3 other cities in the United States that want to host and create a Freedom Week of their own.
Oh,
so
sweet.
I'm trying to create Freedom Week as the week after 4th of July in multiple cities where all we do is celebrate veteran
Nice.
entrepreneurship. And Lourdes is a veteran entrepreneur
Sweet.
with VBOC up in Reno, so she can help you as well.
Yeah, no, that would be
Connecting all
great,
the
man.
dots, man.
No, that would be awesome, man. Yeah,
So-
because July would be. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, since we haven't got a chance to really connect, how
Mhm.
did you? What really got you interested in launching these events? The veteran
Mm.
part aside, just getting started
Um,
on events. When did you start hosting the first Nevada Entrepreneurs, and
Uh,
why?
So I started. The first one was September 24th of last year, and I was thinking about it throughout the summer, and hadn't really found. So I hadn't really. I had just been working on other things throughout the summer, hadn't really started with it yet, and I talked to my friends at Nevada Brew Works, and they have a great charity called the Ariana Rye Foundation. So I made sure $5 of each ticket went to that. And I've known about it for a while, and I was like, "Hey, can we use your patio for like a slow night? And what's the capacity?" And so they're like, "Yeah, go ahead." And they didn't even charge me because they just figured I'm bringing business in.
Yeah.
And I haven't paid for a single space of a single event because I always bring business in and I do it on a slow night.
Yeah.
So the 2 questions I ask a place are, what are your slowest night, and what's your capacity?
Mm-hmm.
And then we just get in talks, and now I have like 10 or more places that, I just go to continuously. And it's cool because 1, I help them bring business in, and then 2, I also get like a solid room of people where we get the fresh air and just the good vibes. And the reason I wanted to start Nevada Entrepreneurs because I would go to other networking events, mainly with my mentors hosting in Arizona with Arizona entrepreneurs. And I was like thinking, you know what? I've always wanted to help people, but I've always tried to help the wrong people who took me for granted. And entrepreneurs need help building their business. And what better way than doing community? So it just felt good to find God's purpose for me on this planet and just do these events. And then I was like, okay, every month is not enough. I want to do these like different places and different types every other week. So here we are with this one coming up on the 18th, next Tuesday, from 6 to 9 p.m. at Street Burger, third floor rooftop in downtown Henderson in the Water Street district. Amazing views of the whole skyline. You're going to be blown away by this.
What's one thing that people might not expect in coming to one of your events?
I mean, for people that haven't been there, I don't think they'll expect the familyhood. We have a real, see, Nevada Entrepreneurs is a family. We're not just, you know, you come this event and then you forget who you met. Like, I will actively send you a message after the event asking who you connected with, why, what you do together, because I'm curious. I want to know that you guys are building real connections. Past sponsor who's been there since the beginning, Rob Ruiz, shout out. He got an attendee from the first event, $35,000 business credit loan.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, he's great. A&R Enterprise. So shout out to Rob Ruiz for that. And then other guys who we've built a mastermind team, like
Love it.
myself, Ruiz, Dave Lonergan, the fitness coach for the free open workouts, Seth of Flylux Media, who flies drone footage for these events.
Yeah.
And then Trev, the podcast studio host of the video podcast studio, who hosted my first Nevada Entrepreneurs podcast where Rob was a guest. And, you know, people say they want to come, but then when I tell them the price of the studio, they just like crouch down. It's like, well, do you want to invest in yourself or not? Because that's where we record.
Yeah.
And I'm not paying for your space. Like the $250, if you want to be on the show, you got to pay for that yourself because I'm not paying for you to be on the show.
Sure.
I mean, and it's also an hour of my time I've taken to record and help grow your business. So that's not my rate. That's what they charge over there, but that includes editing.
Yeah.
So it's a great studio and yeah, you know, just a real family. I mean, it's just, that's what you can expect when you come to the events. You'll be treated as if you're family, and if your own biological family don't support you, look around the room when you get there. You're going to be around people who love and care about you. Oh, and you might get called up unexpectedly to do the stage fright challenge.
I love that. I love
Yeah.
that. No, man, I think it's a great event. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
I'm inviting a few people. I'll make sure and continue to share that link, get
Thank
some
you.
more people
Appreciate
plugged
it.
in. Actually, I just Big Tom, who was just on before you. He's a Marine Corps veteran. Now, oh, you
Nice.
got to come to this.
Yeah.
And then there's other opportunities too that I'll collab with you and let you know
Appreciate
other
it.
places that you can promote the stuff coming up. But
Yeah.
we may have to call you up to the roundtable for the stuff we've got going on in the greater Las Vegas
Okay.
global entrepreneurship conversations as well.
Nice.
Cool. Where can people find you, connect, and get plugged in?
So on Instagram, go to Nevada_entrepreneurs for the Nevada ones. If you're curious about the out-of-state ones, go to Impact Social Nights, no underscores, that's all one word. Those are the other ones I do in Phoenix, St. George, among other cities that we're about to work on pretty soon. And then our website is nevada-entrepreneurs.com, and that'll have other links and like past speakers that have spoke and testimonial videos and all sorts of other stuff on there. So
I love it.
that's where you can find me. My personal page, at Dylan Rosner, DYLANROSNER. I collaborate that page with a lot of the posts on the business pages. So that's where you can find me.
I love it, man. Thanks so much for coming out today.
Hey, thanks,
We'll
Dave.
catch you on
Appreciate
Tuesday.
this. All right. See you Tuesday. Thank you.
You got it.
All right. Let me switch with you. Could you wave Josh over and
Yep.
we'll wrap
Josh.
things up for the day. Josh Levitt.
Oh, is he coming?
Josh
Josh
Levitt.
Levitt.
I'll wrap it up with Josh and we'll call it a day. Ooh, I'm gonna need these sunglasses. Ooh. Ooh. Guys, it's been a great Tech Alley today. Whew. So we've had a lot of great guests. We're gonna wrap things up a little bit and get packed up. But thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to everyone who's been watching. Thank you to everybody who came down for Tech Alley. Thank you to Taverna Costera for sponsoring and giving us a great lunch and coffee and water and all that kind of stuff. A great space to podcast from. So we're just waiting for Josh Levitt, the founder of Tech Alley, to come on over, and we're gonna wrap things up for you today. So stand by. Whew. All right. Oh, look at that. So yeah, I don't know if you're still watching Maximum Crypto, but yes, we are centered around Taverna Costera at the corner of Charleston and Main. I put that in the comments for you or in the chat for you. So hopefully we got that answer to you, and we didn't take too long to get that answer to you, but we'd love to have you come down. There's still another round of talks that's getting started in just a few minutes. So in fact, what I'll do is I will go through what the next round of talks is. So coming up at 2:45, we have the Tech Alley Youth Hour with Elias Benjaloon and Lee Jackson. That's a favorite, and those are good friends of ours, and highlighting youth entrepreneurs and youth in the tech scene here in Las Vegas. Sin City Programmers is in the theater with Gabriel Burgos. Eric Lacasse, good friend of the show, is going to be doing the Untold Truth About SEO in Suite 150. And then James Roop is going to be doing his crypto. Come on in, Josh. Have a seat. I'm just reading the rundown of the talks that are coming in the next few minutes as we work up to the last round of talks. But so
Big day.
big day. You're the last guest of the day. We're going to do a little wrap up. How did Tech Alley go this month?
You know, I stick with it. If anybody's been watching me on your podcast, I always say third Saturday every month, man.
Yep.
The weather's always perfect. You know, and with Thursday raining, ice
We've
warnings,
never had a
wind.
bad day here.
And then today just opened up. I brought a sweater. I was like, I don't need this thing, you know. But no, I think the day's a lot of new people here today.
Yeah, a lot of new faces.
And I
A
love
lot of new
that.
faces, which I really like.
I say that's what we know we're succeeding is when you have that. Whoa, wind. Is when there's more people that just discovered Tech Alley. I can probably grab it.
Yeah, we're still working out our the new location and how we're gonna have to figure that out. But
You know, when the more new people that come here, I say it's a success. This is what we wanted is
yeah,
people to discover.
it's not
this new
about
scene.
big numbers. It's about new faces, right?
And that's what I look at. Because you know, I tell people, you know, well, we have 3,000 members or something like that, or people that are part
Mhm.
of it. There's always next month. If you can't make it, you know, no worries. We got next month, but now we got Tech Alley Henderson as well. And
Yeah, I'm going to be speaking at Tech Alley Henderson
saw that.
in a couple of weeks. So we're going to be doing a little bit of leadership skills, some key takeaways for startup founders and entrepreneurs. So
so I'd like to ask you a question. So I just added to Tech Alley resident experts because
Mhm.
people have questions. Hey, well, you know, what's cybersecurity questions people
Yep.
have asked me about, and you know, obviously funding and SEO. And I actually put your name in, and I removed it. But would you like to be like
Absolutely.
that resident expert on leadership and
Yeah,
and those
absolutely.
discussions?
I'm here. Put me down for whatever you need me for.
All
I'm
right.
here for whatever you need
All
me
right,
for.
I'll add you
so-
to the site. And
Yeah, please
we'll-
do.
we'll work
I know
it
I
out
still
so
have to
people
go
can-
fill out my profile.
Well, that's
for-
a mandatory.
yeah, I need to go
for
do
this.
that. But
But the thought process is if someone does either you have discussion groups, so if people have questions, you can put insights that maybe somebody can make reference to, or
that's why we're all here doing this. We're all here to share what we know and to help other people get started and not have to learn things the hard way the way we did. So
Oh yeah, man! I tell you, that was what was it called? Jean Claude's. I always remember his words when he said that. He goes, when he came to Vegas,
Mhm.
He had the starter called "Be Right Back."
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And he said he felt like he had to build a whole entire stadium when all he wanted to do was play ball.
Yeah.
And I think what was that 4 years ago?
That was
And
4
I
years
hope
ago.
that we're back in a situation where people can just come here and engage the scene, and next thing you're in it, and it's not difficult, right?
Well, Tech Alley has gone a long way towards building the stadium for everyone to come play.
And,
so.
that's what we hope to accomplish, right? So I love where we are. I love
So we had Sonny on earlier, and he
Right.
was telling us about Preemie, the app that hopefully you guys are going to start using at some of these events coming up in the future.
so talk to me. Remind me, what is it?
That's the video app where like you record your like 10-second or 10 to
Sonny-
30-second
the
intro.
developer, yeah.
Yeah.
They changed the name.
Yeah, they did change the name. It used to be something
Out.
else.
Gulp
Gulp
It
It
Out.
Out. That's what it was.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
and
but
I-
yeah, Martin's company.
Martin, yeah. So and I love that. I love that too. I love that people can try out new products, see what it's like, get some exposure. I want us to be a playground like that, because when Tech Alley first started, we had that one app I remember called Icebreaker.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
Yeah, you had 5 seconds to meet people and talk, and then
Yeah.
I think there was like a questionnaire or something.
There was, I think what you had, if I remember right, everyone had to put in something about them.
That's right.
And then there was also a series of questions that somehow matched and you would get a question and you had to go ask around till you found the person who had the answer that matched to that question.
Right. Yeah, that was it. So yeah, 5 seconds, and we started Tech Alley like that, and the founders were here. We were trying it out, and then it turned into a game where we could see who won, and they won a prize.
Yeah.
And that made even the shyest people, participate. In the event and get to know folks. And I'm glad that we're going to be able to bring something like that, back, or at least try it out, because I think it's important for people to know who the heck's out there.
Well,
right?
what I love is we can sit down with it Friday night before we come to Tech Alley, and we can see, oh, these are the folks who are, have said they're coming and what they're all about, and we can put a face with the name and look for them when we get there and have another conversation.
And from what I understand, they're very open to. I mean, they're beta testing this, right, or alpha testing, whatever you want. to say. They're just trying it out. They're open to suggestions. Right?
Yeah.
I know I give them my list of suggestions,
Well,
on it, but
that's
you
what they
only know
are.
what you know, right?
That's where they are in the company. They're trying to figure out that product market fit, and this is a great place for them to do that.
And it's funny, and I don't know if you had a time to talk to Zach, my co-founder in Tagly, yet, but I always love to tell the story. We developed this app, and we figured how it was going to work, and we're really confident in it. And then we had our first big client, and they started using it, and we said, okay, we're going to be the operators of this app. So for those of you who don't know, what we do is we connect people that need 3D printing to those in the community with 3D printers, like RightShare does with writers and drivers.
It's the Uber of 3D printing.
Yeah. And so when we got our first client and all these orders came in, Zach and I said, okay, well, we'll be the operators, and we'll take these orders, and we'll see what the user experience is. And about a week into it, we said, and our app sucks. we got to rebuild this thing, And so having it nice and test, now it works flawlessly. It's a great app.
You guys are really blowing up and scaling right now.
Yeah,
so.
It's great, but having it actually tested and getting feedback and going, okay, I never anticipated that people would use this. I think on our end we were already trying to figure out ways around our app. Right? If we're trying to figure it out, just think what users are trying to figure out.
If I'm trying to figure out the way around my own app, I might need to make some changes to my app.
Yeah. So it turned it into something that's much better. So I'm glad that they're hopefully going to launch it next month. We're going to talk in a couple weeks. Actually, I said I'd love to have that discussion on your podcast. Right? When
we can do that.
People are negotiating. All right, how is this going to work? Tell me about the the upgrades. How are we going to actually implement this? Yeah, but
we can for sure do that. If you guys for whatever reason don't end up getting it working for next month, we can put you guys in the chairs on this podcast. You guys can have that discussion live.
Because I think that'd be interesting.
I do
right?
too. I think that'd be fascinating.
Especially because the audience would be doing what I'm doing, listening and just asking asking questions and saying, all right, well, can we make this happen? But yeah, let's see what happens next month.
Cool. So what else are you excited about coming up with Tech Alley in the coming months?
I'm still working on that back end, that idea of connecting folks to each other outside of these events. So I love that we have the resident experts.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working on ideas more for the groups as far as keeping people engaged in that area. I hope to have a partnership with some companies here to be able to get some resources out to folks. Right now we have that like $1 million worth of discounts. And I get alerts every once in a while that, hey, this person just grabbed this one, this person.
Oh, that's great.
I'm like, oh, that's cool. I think this morning I got 5 alerts about people that are using some of that.
I'm glad people are
software.
using it.
Oh, me too. So, hey, man, that's what I want to see. I've been approached to go to other cities, and I'm going, okay. Lorraine in Henderson, which you're going to be.
I went to last month's event. It was really great. I'm going to be at the next one.
It,
Yeah, that's great.
And so she, and she's really demonstrating yet. All right. Yeah, from lessons learned from when we went to other states or cities and launched Tech Alley, now doing it in Henderson. Now we know how to, effectively help that community, and she's gotten a lot of activity going on there.
Well, and what's really great is they've made it their own. They don't do it exactly the way we do it here in downtown Las Vegas. And like for folks watching who aren't from here, Henderson's right over there.
Yeah.
It's not like it's like all the way across the state, but they've made it their own. They found a way. How does it work for doing it on Water Street in Henderson on a Wednesday night, which is different than doing something in downtown Las Vegas on a Saturday?
Yeah.
So they have a really great event. It's a lot of fun.
And that's something I learned early on, which is you can't cookie cutter Tech Alley, right?
Yep.
It's here for the community. It's led by the community. And everybody has different needs.
Yep. Broad set of principles.
Yep.
Figure out your own tactics.
And the principles there's only a few, right? It has to be inclusive, which means everybody can attend, which is why you don't host it in bars, because that immediately
right.
out.
That immediately kicks out everyone under 21.
Kids or people that don't want to go to bars, and it has to be inclusive or accessible, which is why it's free for everyone, and it has to be consistent.
Yep.
Vegas, it's every third Saturday, and Henderson, it's every second or third Wednesday.
You guys are coming up on 4 years, so you've certainly been consistent. Henderson this is going to be their fourth, I think, or fourth or fifth. They've had to move the night around a little bit to accommodate, but they're doing it every month, and that's a good start, right?
And the reason why we went to Henderson, because there was no activity.
Yeah.
And now look at it.
Yep.
There's meetups going on there.
It was packed.
And there's
the last one I went to.
It's going to be that. I always say Tech Alley is an accelerator of activity. You're giving people, you're making it easy for people to exchange knowledge. So they're going to exchange knowledge, right? They don't have to worry about a venue. They don't have to worry about a sponsor, about the food. We provide all of that stuff.
Yep.
All you got to
It's
do is show up.
all taken care of. All you got to do is show up, have a good time, make some connections, and then figure out what actions you're gonna take now that you've learned something today.
Yeah, I think even here, I made a handful of connections. And
every time.
I can't wait to follow up on them. I hope
I
you
have
do too.
never not made a great connection in all the Tech Alleys I've come to.
I'm also excited this year. We had the Startup Awards.
Yep.
But working with Kurt and Fusion 42 and really hammering that down for next year's event.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be posting that on the website so people can follow that and participate in that. And again, what I like about his setup is it's not someone sending a few paragraphs saying, hey, you should get the startup because of whatever. It's actually result driven.
Yeah,
it's being
absolutely.
followed. These startups being followed.
Yeah, we had 5 awards.
Yeah.
All well deserved by the people who won them.
Yep.
And looking forward to seeing that all come about for next year as well. So,
Yeah.
So hopefully for CES next year, we're doing that all again.
Let's do it, man. I'm excited.
So
well, I'm
what
excited
else?
about you. What else for Tech Alley?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I think we're considering going. We've gotten calls to go back to Reno.
Okay.
An interest, so we may be exploring that. But I actually think my plate's full with it, right? And those are the ideas. Plus, we're running the business, in Tagley, which takes up a good 8 hours a day.
Easily.
But the goal, make it so that there's a back end, make sure there's activity, afterwards. I just talked to James
Mhm.
about some ideas on pushing. You know, he has the blockchain. People talk all about blockchain, right, and all the neat things and so on. And I'm like, oh, let's actually push it, right? Let's do something with that. I like the idea of people owning their identity. Could we create something here at Tech Alley? I mean, people have to check in, but they create something where we just, you know, look at their, you know, they have some sort of whatever that is, their identity in their wallet. They let us peek, grab that whatever data we need, and they take it right back. And so we don't have to host it on anybody's servers, right?
I love anything that puts the tech in Tech Alley, right?
Yeah.
So,
Why not explore it and then
Yeah.
show other people that, hey, this is how it works.
Yep.
Maybe we set up a DAO. That would be kind of cool. And you know, we tried POAPs. You know, as I said, the beauty of Tech Alley and being a nonprofit is that I don't have to go to shareholders to say, all right, we made this much money.
Yeah.
I get to go to my board and say, this is all the cool things we've done, and here's the impact that we've
Yep.
made. So it gives us those flexibility of just trying new things.
Yeah,
right?
I love it. I love that idea. You know,
Yeah,
you've
yeah.
tried a DAO, you've tried a POAP.
Tried
that's-
POAP.
You know, there's somebody here today who this would be a project right up their alley.
Yeah.
To say, I think I can make that work for you.
Well, people talk about that. Hey, you got to own your own identity, own your own, it's all in your own wallet. All right, well, let's. I hear it all the time. Let's
Yeah,
actually
I'm-
use it. And
I'm not going to go code it, but you could.
yeah, let's try to implement it. Let's see what happens. Well, so I'm excited if it takes shape. You know, if not, I mean, no big deal. But overall, you know, we're gonna push the envelope. We're gonna continue to build the community and make friends with folks. Build that back end. Maybe hit another city that just. It's all about funding and
Yep.
and that there's a need in that community and that there's a leader in that community, because you don't want me running it. I know nothing. I only know about Vegas, and
Yep.
I don't know
that,
anything
and,
about.
that, and that's I think that's when Tech Alley has been successful. That's what's made it successful. Is someone from a community saying, "I love what you're doing. Show me the principles behind it. I want to do it here." Right?
Yeah. So anyway, I appreciate you doing this.
My
Love the
pleasure.
show. Love
This
the
is
show.
this is the highlight of my month, is to come down here and do this for you guys and be part of it and contribute something to the Tech Alley community.
This
So,
is like the longest one you've done too, isn't it? Or have you gone longer?
this is about as long as we've ever gone, but we also I think in the past we've actually gotten started a little earlier, so we might have had a longer one, but I think this is the latest we've ever run. So
Yeah. All
so
right.
which is great. So
Well, love
all right.
having you.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, man.
All right. Well, and thank all of you for joining us. We're going to sign off here from live from Tech Alley, February 2025. One more shout out to Taverna Costera, the amazing sponsor who provides the coffee, the water, the home base for us to center the whole Tech Alley event around. They provide the lunch. They're such great sponsors, such great partners.
Yeah.
Journey Gallery, great partner. You guys can't see it because it's on the other side of the camera. That's where James is going to be giving his talk, and actually he's probably giving his talk right now. We had Nancy on earlier from over in Art Square. So
that's
Art
cool.
Square is such a great partner as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
And to everybody who's been a great partner to Tech Alley, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching. Tune back in third Saturday of every month. We're doing Tech Alley in downtown Las Vegas. If you're in Vegas and you're interested in tech, whatever kind of tech that is, no excuses. Be here next month on the third Saturday of the month. If you're not from Las Vegas but you're coming to Las Vegas, plan that trip around the third Saturday of the month and come down and join us at Tech Alley. And of course, you're always welcome, if you can't be here in person, to join us on the live stream. So thank you again for watching. We will see you next month. Onward and upward.
All right.